Hello everybody and welcome to Favorite Rugby on Favorite Sports for today's Rugby World Cup Team of the Week for the first round. 8 games, 16 teams, a lot of players on display, and we've managed to whittle down to a 15-man team of top performers and standout performances over the weekend. Now, when it comes to a team of the week, it's always going to be quite contentious. There are always going to be some very unlucky players to miss out. There's always going to be some players who some people might disagree with and stuff, and that's why I want your input. That's why I want you guys comments down in the comment section. Let me know what changes you would make, which players you agree with, which you don't agree with, what your team would look like, but also justify it. Don't just go say this guy was better than this part. Don't give it a little bit of input as to why certain players you think had a better weekend than this player or that player. As I said, lots and lots of different players, and there's a couple that really are very unlucky to miss out. But before I show you the team, please do smash the like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. And this is what we've got a bit of input from some of the boys at doing the watch along. So whilst this is my final team, there was some input there, and this is what we've got. Right, so it represented, we have got South Africa, England, Australia, Wales, Ireland, France, and Fiji, all getting players into the team of the week. So yeah, there are quite a few nations missing. As I said, unfortunately, it's very difficult to try and link everybody in here. And we'll talk about in every position certain players who maybe were unlucky to miss out. So if you look at the pack, we'll start with the pack. Front row, I've gone with Steven Kitshoff. I thought Reddy Wadi had a pretty good game, as did Angus Bell for Australia. But I thought that Steven Kitshoff really did scrum very well, was very good in the loose, carried the ball as well. I thought that he had a really top game for South Africa. I think he's one of probably the form loose head prop in the world right now. He's become so mature these days. Obviously brings a big part of his leadership as well to the team. Jamie George, I thought was one of the best games I've seen him play in quite a while. It was a much better England performance, and the pack really showed up before George Ford masterclass, and I thought that he was pretty relentless throughout the game. Carried very well, tackled very well, set piece was pretty solid. So yeah, that's the Jamie George that was in the British Lions series and stuff. He's one of the top hookers in the world when he gets it right, and I thought this weekend he looked close to his best, as did Tinea Tupou, who, what a player to watch. Phenomenal in the loose, very solid at scrum time, absolute unit of a man, but has got a fantastic skill set. I mean, we saw him intercept tries, throwing long passes on the break. It was the marauding Tinea Tupou that every team fears. Seeing a tight head prop with that kind of size, that kind of skill set, and that kind of pace is a sight to behold, and he looked really good this weekend. Lots were quite difficult. I've gone with Will Rowlands and Franco Mostert. I thought Mario Tojo was better this weekend, for example, and I thought there were a couple of other locks in and around the games who did stand up. Joe McCarthy, for example, for Ireland, I was very impressed with what I saw from him. I think other locks, for example, Fakatava for Japan had a pretty solid game. It was against Chile, for example. And I suppose that's also kind of comes into it, doesn't it? It's good performances versus weak team versus good performances versus great team. So, for example, Italy had a very good game against Namibia and don't have any players in here, and that was very difficult to try and to do, to be honest. So I've gone with Will Rowlands, who I think made about 27 tackles, got absolutely everywhere. I think that he's going to be a huge player for Wales. He has hit the cap limit, well, not limit, but prerequisite to be able to play outside of Wales and still play for Wales. So he's going to play for them for many years. We really got to know him quite well last year in the South African series, and I thought that I think he's going to be absolutely world class. And next time, I thought Franco Moss had a brilliant game, and I was glad to see that when I was doing my player rating show that a lot of people were agreeing with me. He looks back to the best of me. He carried well, he tackled relentlessly, he's brilliant at the lineouts, just an absolute workhorse, and got a great engine getting around that park. The hardest thing for me was the loose trio. I mean, how do you leave out a Peter O'Mahony? How do you leave out a Peter Steph the Toy? How do you leave out a Ben Earl, for example? Lorenzo Canoni, one of my favourite players in World Rugby at the moment, was absolutely phenomenal against Namibia. There were so many standouts. Francois Croce was good. Charles Olivon was good. That entire French loose trio were very good. Arlie Severe was pretty solid. I could name so many other players across the different teams and across the weekend. But I've gone with Courtney Laws, Ty Byrne, and Gregory Aldred, which is maybe not the most balanced loose trio in that you probably have one of a Courtney Laws or a Ty Byrne. But for me, they were just the top performers. I thought Courtney Laws was the Courtney Laws that we haven't seen in the last year. fronted up physically, got over the advantage line, tackled really well. And I think really sort of galvanized his team when they went down to 14 men. And he's kind of a lead by example type of individual. Doesn't say a lot. He's not incredibly vocal, but he just gets to a lot of work. And then Ty Burn, I think in the strongest team he goes to lock, and I think that they can then get a Josh van der Fleer into that side with a Peter Omani as well as a Kalen Doris. And it's amazing how good that Irish pack is. But he just he was everywhere, absolutely everywhere. One of the best utility forwards in the world at the moment, if not the best. And then Gregory Aldred gets a shout at 8. Man of the match performance in the World Cup opener, was absolutely everywhere. Pick up and goes, as we know him, carrying the ball well a lot. Very, very good. I thought Lorenzo Canoni was brilliant. I thought Jasper Wies was pretty solid. Benner was very good for England. There were lots of very good individual performances at 8 across the weekend. So that was quite difficult to pick. The South African, or third actually South African that gets into this team is Faf de Klerk. I thought that he managed the game brilliantly. I thought he kicked really well. People don't like it. I think a lot of people don't understand it. And everyone was there saying he just kicks possession away. Any scrum off for South Africa will kick exactly the same amount. And they do tailor-make the game plan according to a scrum off. So they know that he and Jaden Hendricks have got really good box kicking games. Therefore, in games where we need to use that, where that's the tactic that's employed, they will play. But I thought that, his defensive was very good. I thought his distribution was pretty good. I thought he actually did up the ante quite a few times. But his game management, his 22, his box kicking were always sort of just outside 22, were really, really well weighted. It was giving a lot of opportunity for us to contest and win a lot of that ball back. So I thought on his 50th cap, I thought he had a really, really good outing. And then 10, I got George. You have to go to George Ford. He scored all 27 points, didn't he? For England. I was really, really, really impressed with the Romanian 10, Vivasa. I think he's going to be a very exciting player. Very keen to watch him this weekend. Johnny Sexton looked absolutely effortless in that Ireland game. Finn Russell didn't have the best attacking game because he didn't have a great pack, but I thought his defense was fantastic. I thought Matthias Jalabert had a great game on Friday night. Really, I think silenced a couple of doubters. Not that he really actually silenced a lot of doubters, but so there were lots of very good individual performances at 10, but you've got to give it to the George Ford masterclass, which almost single-handedly won them the game. 3 drop goals, miss 1 penalty, it just was absolutely flawless. In terms of the wings, I've gone with Mark Nawangani from Australia, who looks the real deal, doesn't he? Absolutely world-class. Scoring tries, competing for the ball, X-Factor type player, once in a generation player potentially. Very, very exciting player. And then Damian Penno should have scored 2 tries, maybe a slight error not having the ball in the right hand. It was great cover tackle though from Richie Mwanga. Not the first time he's done it, but it's been finished very well, but always looks very, very dangerous ball in hand. Kurt Lawrence had a good game. Josh Adams I thought was fantastic for Wales as well. So there's some very good performances at wing across the weekend, but I've gone with those 2. Mark Talea scoring 2 tries. Probably feels a bit robbed. But yeah, I could have gone with a lot of different players. In the centres, I've gone with Bandi Aki, who I thought he's my player of the weekend, to be honest. I think him and George Ford are probably, would have been my picks for player of the weekend. I thought that he arrived with an intensity that was unmatched. His running lines, his defense, his attacking impetus. I thought every time he touched the ball, something was happening. And next to him, I've gone with the absolute world-class YC Nathalevu, who is potentially right now the form 13 in the world. What a performance from the Fijian. It's just he's such an exciting player. It's always something happening with ball in hand. Powerful, captain of Fiji. Almost got them over the line, but 33 years old, coming to the twilight of his career. He's an absolute unit. He's sort of about 1.93, over 100 kgs, and it was a really nice, very, very good performance from him. Very, very inspirational type player. And he's definitely one to watch out for the rest of the World Cup. And then at fullback, I've gone with Ben Donaldson, which, Thomas Ramos was very good, for example. And in fact, I had a very tough time not picking him. I thought Bowden Barrett actually played very well for New Zealand as well. Hugo Keenan, for example, has always been highly involved in Ireland. I thought the Chilean fullback was very good from what I saw from during that match. I didn't manage to watch all of it, but when I did watch, I was very impressed with him. But I've gone with Ben Donaldson, who was his first time he actually started at fullback for Australia. Kicked very well for poles, made such good decisions, which is what Eddie Jones said that is such an exciting thing. Lots of players got the X factor, lots of players have got everything they need to be top players, but don't always have the mentality and the decision-making ability to back that up. he very much does seem to be the real deal. So this young Australian side, yes, against Georgia, so tougher tasks do loom for them. But yeah, lots of very nice individual performances. That's my team. What do we think? Where would you change? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well, and I'll see you guys all next time.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube.
Hello everybody, StevieP here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up, get yourself an account, and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS. And we are live. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports for today's Rugby World Cup daily news show. And we are officially into week 2 of the Rugby World Cup. And what a week 1 it was. A lot of interesting results. No real upsets, to be honest. So still waiting for that first sort of massive, game. There's always that one game which is like iconic in terms of the upset that happens, stuff like that. So we didn't really have that in that first week, but so maybe we have to wait for the second week. But a couple of very interesting games, as well as some very good performances, and a couple of question marks being raised about some teams, a couple of answers being or questions being answered really by others. So it was an interesting first week, and I think that overall, if you look at the pools and stuff like that, no massive surprises just yet. But I think the main thing is looking at certain teams, and some. I think some teams there are some worries, and some teams are very much put to bed a bit of doubts, or at least sort of given people a bit of a reason for a bit of hope and a bit more sort of optimism maybe going into the second week. I think the likes of England, Australia, for example, two teams where people were very iffy about coming into the tournaments, both of them getting very important wins over the weekend. Australia, getting that bonus point win. England, really sort of pretty easily in the end, overcoming Argentina. It was a very disappointing performance from Argentina, if we must be brutally honest. Was very much expecting a bit more from Michael Cheika's men. So so basically in the next sort of half an hour, we're going to talk about some of the news that is floating around. We do have confirmation, by the way, that the Springbok team will be announced tomorrow, so we will be live for that as well. We're going to be talking a little bit about the Jesse Kriel incident, which everybody's talking about at the moment. We'll be talking a little bit about the potential planned strikes that are happening in France. We'll give you a couple of updates and just sort of talk a little bit about the weekend and what was interesting and sort of a bit of repercussions going into week 2. So if you have any questions or anything you want to talk about, please do put them into the comments. Let me know what you guys thought about the first weekend and what your thoughts are going into this week. And in terms of our Forever Sports tour, this is your third last news show from Johannesburg. And from Friday, this show will actually be being broadcast to you directly from France. When you do see me, I will be in France. So we'll hopefully try and take you to a couple of different locations, maybe a couple of coffee shops, maybe something with a bit of a view. That should be quite a cool little difference. It's something a bit different to what we usually do on the channel as well, which is very exciting. So let's get into it. Now, the first thing I want to talk a little bit about is the whole Jesse Kriel incident, because there's there's a lot of been talk about it. Obviously, Gregor Townsend addressed it in his post-match conference and sort of said that, they've been worried about the inconsistencies where Tom Curry was red carded the night before due to head-on-head contact. And then they're saying that there was head-on-head contact from Jesse Creel on that Jack Dempsey tackle, and nothing was done. I think a lot of South African fans were also querying the Finn Russell, for example, incident. And it's interesting, in terms of you seeing what you want to see. Because Rassie Erasmus come out and said there was no head contact with Creel, and Gregor Townsend saying that there obviously was. And I think, Scotland Gregor Townsend and Scotland were basically saying that Finn Russell penalty shouldn't have even been a penalty. He was kind of just pulling out of a tackle or trying to catch the ball. And, that there wasn't really a tackle, that there was no head contact, and that shouldn't have been a penalty. I think South African fans will be saying that could have been a yellow card. So it's an interesting. It's always going to be interesting from that perspective with regards to what different people think, and you're always going to be a little bit, biased towards your team, aren't you? And sort of selectively blind at times. But let's talk about it. So in terms of the head contact, we've all obviously seen the photos and stuff like that, and maybe I can actually put it on the screen as well. Let me see if I can get that sorted.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video.
That's a good idea. I'm going to put that on the screen now. And also, the problem is, though, when it comes to something like a very select sort of screenshot, it doesn't always tell sort of the full story and stuff like that. And so I'm going to show you exactly what everyone is saying was the issue, and then we can talk a little bit about it. Okay, so this is the freeze frame that has been going around, and as you can see over there, and again, I was trying to find the video. We can't show the video, unfortunately, because it'll be taken down. But so that's the freeze frame that's now sort of going around. And over there, it looks like there's sort of head contact. Obviously, sort of, we don't sort of know the extent because it said a freeze frame doesn't always tell the clearest of pictures and stuff. So that is what's going around. That's what everybody has been complaining about, saying that they wear the inconsistency. Now, Rassie Erasmus came out and point blank said there was no head contact. And in terms of the sighting, we're sitting here on Tuesday. The incident happened on Sunday evening, and there's been no sighting. Tom Curry was cited immediately. Well, obviously got a red card, and his citing commission was actually, I think, supposed to be today, I believe it was. I can just go on the World Rugby. So there has been no sightings. He will not be cited. I think that is the main thing. So a lot of people have been asking me, saying, will he be cited? Can he be cited? Obviously, he can be cited. So people are asking, even if he didn't get a red card or wasn't picked up, can he still be cited? Now, yes, he can. He can still be cited. That's definitely still a thing. But the fact that he hasn't by now means that he won't. I think is the good news, I suppose, from a South African perspective, that he will not be cited. I'm going to the disciplinaries. So if you go to the disciplinaries, for example, there's only one and from the weekend, that is Tom Curry. And that I said, I think that will be on today, if I'm not mistaken. The hearing will take place on Tuesday evening. Yeah, Tuesday evening. So Tom Curry hearing will be tonight. And so we'll put a video out as soon as we have that verdict, because it will be the first potential ban of the tournament. And I think the biggest problem is, I think if you look at this video incident again, you can look at a freeze frame over here and you can say it looks bad. If you look at the video, for example, I don't think it's necessarily head-on-head contact initially. I think it's a difficult one at the end of the day, and you can sort of slow it down, look from different angles. I don't think it's as clear-cut as everybody sort of is suggesting. And again, we're now sitting 2 days on from it. Nothing's been brought up, so he's not going to get cited for it. So Springbok fans don't think we need to panic. But then obviously there's sort of the big questions are the inconsistencies. And there's always going to be a lot of debate around this with regards to what counts as head-on-head contact. Because we're talking a little bit about the Tom Curry incident. And some people saying that they felt it was very harsh. Some people saying, well, it's head-on-head contact. And yeah, I think by the letter of the law, it was a red card. It was head-on-head contact. There was the problem is you look at mitigation. Now, the mitigation, I suppose, some people's argument is that Jean-Cruz Malia was coming down and sort of and wasn't on the ground yet, so he wouldn't have known exactly how high he was going to be because he was kind of falling down from the tackle, well, not just falling down from the tackle. He got up, the ball had come down, and so that's where some people are saying it could have been mitigation because but at the same time, and somebody made this point on our group WhatsApp group, they were saying that there was another tackler at the same time who was lower, who wasn't in the position for head-on-head contact, and so by looking at that, you're going to sit there saying, well, it could have been avoided. And the usual thing is when there's head-on-head contact, they start at a red card threshold and then they look at mitigation and they work their way down. So in that instance, for example, they said, right, there's head-on-head contact between Tom Curry and Malia. It is with a higher degree of force. What are the mitigating factors? Now, Tom Curry goes into the tackle very upright, never really sort of looks to drop, leading with his head, for example. And whilst it's an unfortunate incident, there were no real steps that he took to prevent it. And that's the problem. You look at mitigating factors and there wasn't any, which is why he was red carded and why he will now be facing a disciplinary hearing this evening. So two very different instances, if you ask me. Immortal say, I think they already said he won't be cited. Tim Vandenberg says, hi Stevie, just got back from Marseille. Not a bad start for the World Cup. Oh, fantastic. Good to hear. Very cool that you were over there. And so we go on Thursday. So very, very excited to go there. And we'll be in Bordeaux this weekend for SA versus Ireland. So this Sunday during the watch along, which will be with the Wares, we'll hopefully be doing a live crossing, the first ever live crossing on Forever Sports. And it's going to be to France, to Bordeaux. So hopefully you can get that right because it'll be very cool to do. Tim Vandenberg says, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's been 36 hours since the game, which means yes, you can't be cited anymore. Right? As far as I understand, yes, that is the case. If he was going to be cited, it would have happened already. And no, I cannot be streaming the game for us in the stadium, unfortunately. Evan says, saw the replay from another angle, looked like no head contact, shoulder hit to the ball into his chin. And says, I think he could only be cited if it was a red card. I think it was just an awkward tackle there, and it does raise eyebrows. No, you can be cited. So, for example, obviously, that incident against Jean-Cruz Malia back in Ellis Park, where he jumped into Grant Williams, it wasn't even a penalty. There was absolutely nothing. And he was then cited retrospectively afterwards and was banned. So just because there was no card or just because there was no penalty or anything like that, it doesn't mean that you can't be cited. You can be cited, and people have been, but in this particular case, it doesn't look like they have cited him. Evan says tackle techniques need to be correct to avoid the risk. Well, that's I think the big thing, and that's what people are, and that's what I was saying about England is the problem with England is that they're dealing with a lot of red cards in a short space of time, and you start to get a little bit of a reputation about your tackle technique if that is the case. And so, referees and TMOs are always going to be trying to be neutral and trying to treat every single situation on its own merits. But there's always going to be sort of a subconscious amount of, well, these guys have been getting red cards quite a lot. They've been guilty of really poor tackle technique. And that's where I think the England coaching team needs to be taking a lot of, I wouldn't say a lot of the blame, but they need to be having a review because they've had so many red cards in the last few months that there's obviously a fundamental problem with the way that they are approaching the game defensively. And that needs to change because that's the whole point of these red cards. Somebody made a very good point over the weekend and they were saying that, you remember how, spear tackles was such a big thing 10, 15 years ago. And they then started saying, right, so spear tackles are completely taken out. If you dump it on the head, it's a yellow card, red card territory, for example. And it took a few years, and we had a lot of cards, stuff like that. And they made a good point saying, how often do we see spear tackles now? And we actually don't. So yes, there are the occasional times where a player is lifted up and he's dumped, but we do see it. It's far fewer incidents than there were 10 years ago, maybe. So there's no doubt that it works, and that's the whole point. And this is the thing, we can criticize World Rugby, we can criticize the officials for how many cards there are and stuff, but the whole point is to try and change players' behavior, players' tackle technique, and to change the way the game is played to make it safer. And, when people sit there and say rugby's gone soft, I think that is incredibly dismissive and very, very just wrong, to be honest. Rugby is more physical and more intense than it ever has been. And it's far more professional. The players are bigger, they're stronger, they're faster, they hit harder, they tackle harder. So rugby has never been as physical as it is currently now. So when you sit there saying, "Oh, the game's gone soft," because they're trying to ensure that people who are being tackled harder than ever are not being tackled in the head and then developing dementia later and dying and forgetting their family names. That's what they're trying to prevent. We're trying to get away from the head injuries. We're trying to reduce the risk and make the game as safe as possible, whilst keeping the core principles there. That is the point. And it has to be done. Otherwise, the game will not survive. You cannot have a game or a sport which is, functionally too dangerous. You've got to weigh up the risk. And there will always be a risk of injury. It is a contact sport, but a contact sport doesn't mean that people need to be getting concussions every single week and long-lasting head injuries. That's what we're trying to get away from. So yes, a broken bone, concussions will be part of it. Concussions are part of every sport. In the last Proteas game, or the first Proteas game in the cricket, for example, there was concussion for being hit in the head, and there was some substitution. So concussions are always going to be part of the game, but you've got to try and find ways to reduce it so that they are isolated incidents and not the norm. And that's what they're trying to do. So I don't have an issue with the fact that they're trying to do. The issue obviously is the inconsistencies, and again, I think that's going to be a year or two of trying to clarify the rules and trying to really sort of work it all out, and then hopefully after that, it then becomes a case of the tackle techniques all adjust accordingly, and we're sitting here in 4 or 5 years' time saying, how cool is it that there are so few head injuries? That the tackling's all got a bit lower, and that hopefully the game is in a much better place because of it. So you do have to walk before you can run. And yes, so there has been an increase in cards and stuff like that. Again, I think we're talking about long-term vision here, people, long-term vision. So I don't mind. I'm not going to spend my time getting so worked up by all the cards. I've also never been one of those people who think that a red card ruins the game. I think a red card is part of the game. And I think that if you start to reduce the impact of the red card or the consequences of it, I think you're kind of losing the point. Isn't the whole point to take a hard line? And if you don't take a hard line, then you're not going to be changing players' attitudes. You're not going to be changing the way the game is played as quickly as you'd like it to be. Brendan says, if they cite this accidental incident but let Finns clear foul play, it'll be an injustice. Winter Pistol says, if Farrell gets away with his tackle, JT gets away with it too, while Farrell is currently serving a ban. We're just saying, seeing the bunker system being misused the way it has, it's like watching a field being plowed by Ferrari. So good in principle, so badly operated by those in charge. I don't think the bunker's been terrible. TMO and the bunker's obviously quite different. So if you've got an issue with the way TMO is being used, for example, then that's one thing. But the bunker, I've yet to really see the bunker being that misused. I've quite enjoyed the bunker concept. Different TMO, different set of eyes, different sort of team and stuff like that. Look, to be fair, also it is very new. They weren't, and I think before a month ago they weren't even planning on using it in the World Cup. So it was only trialed really in the last month or two, and then implemented for the World Cup. So I think it's always gonna have a couple of teething issues, but I'm a big fan of the concept. So hopefully the small issues they have, they can sort of fix that quite quickly. It has been a very tumultuous time for World Rugby in the last weekend, this first weekend. There were transport issues in Marseille. There's a transport strike planned in France on Friday, which is the day we arrive. So we might be arriving to a transport strike. So that's just been phenomenal. Hopefully I can get onto my train before then and I can get to board. So that's going to be fun. And Papa Rumble says, have we had updates on Airburn? Last I saw, they said 10 days or so. But we're still waiting on scan results. Yeah, there's been no official updates since then. And yeah, so that was a press conference yesterday. Rassie Rasmus saying that he's going to be out for 7 to 10 days. Was never going to play the Romania game. But yeah, I was still needs to be able to train and stuff like that. And he's not going to be able to for the next sort of week or bit. But in theory, should be okay for Ireland as long as he's trained well and there are no complications. That is the last update we got. Dion says, question, is Dan Bigger shouting at his hook and other teammates generally considered to be okay? I was shocked by the instance, didn't even get much press. I suppose you have to ask the teammates stuff like that. I don't know, it's an interesting dynamic, isn't it? You get some people who are very vocal at their teammates and stuff. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it's a bit. I suppose it's about the line. I suppose it's sort of the amount of respect that you either have or that you give your teammates, stuff like that. So if you're in a position and that's you've been given the license to be able to do that, and people can understand where you're coming from, then it can work. But obviously, there's always needs to be a line. So as long as it has a net positive result, I suppose it can work. I've never been a massive fan of it. I think it's one thing demanding things of your players and stuff. I think it's another thing shouting at people when they do something wrong. So yeah, I think there's limits to it. Who do we face in the quarters if we lose to Ireland? We have to find out. We have to wait. If we lose to Ireland, we finish second. We'll play the top of the group A, which at this stage will be France. So we have to wait and see what happens in that group. Anyone know when Billy Boy will step down? He's never stepping down. Sian says, ref chat is mostly boring. What can be an interesting discussion on the laws and their application? There which turns into fans whinging about perceived injustices. 100%. I don't mind talking about laws. I don't mind discussing the implementation of laws. It's just very tiring when you go on to a forum or you're chatting to people and it's Fiji got robbed because of a biased ref. I find that chat so boring. Like really, honestly, rolling my eyes type. Like I'm just such a waste of my time to be talking about supposed biased referees and referees manipulating the game and match fixing and all the conspiracies. Officials will always get things wrong. They'll always get things right. So there's always going to be a bit of gray area, and that's always going to be the case. And if you don't understand that, and if you don't mentally prepare yourself for that, you're going to be pretty miserable because that's just the reality. They are human. There's always going to be human error. And it's about making sure that we can try and reduce as much as possible. And that's where the laws come in, where we hopefully get laws which are as comprehensive and understandable as well as clear as possible so that there is no ambiguity there. Bram says, you talk about they must change player behavior. That is a stupid plan. It's done lottery, whether it's a yellow, red, penalty, nothing. How will you ever change tackles like that? Ridiculous. No. That's the whole point. It's to say, if you run in upright and there's head-on-head collision, if you run in with your shoulder and there's head-on-head collision, you will get carded. That's what the laws are. That's the whole point. Don't run upright. You have to go low. If you're tackling somebody from below the chest and you've wrapped your arms, you've got no risk of being yellow carded. Zero risk. If you're tackling below here and you've wrapped your arms, then you can't get a card. But if you go up and you're looking at and you're making the hit above the chest, then your lottery in inverted commas comes down to the timing. So yes, if you get it right and you hit them in the chest and they go down, you're happy days. There's not much room here, is there? So you hit somebody here, for example, even sort of the neck area, you're in trouble. And that's why they want to take out this grey area, this chance of getting it wrong and say, go there. Because if you're aiming for below the chest and you get it slightly wrong, you're there. But if you're aiming for here and you get it wrong and you're making contact here, that's where you're going to get into trouble. And that's what they're trying to change, is to get people's defaults and people's initial tackle technique to go lower. So we are getting away from head-on-head contact. That is the whole point, and to get away from shoulder to head contact. So yeah, I don't think it is that much of a lottery. It's we're trying to get people to go lower. That's the plan. And therefore, if you go high, you run the risk of getting a yellow card and a red card. If you go low, you'll be fine. That's the concept. Martin says that the Creel tackle was showed 5 times in the replay, then there was problems. Well, to be fair, the TMO looked at it. The TMO can look at everything. So I'm sure, and the fact that there was a replay on our TVs, for example, it means that the TMO would have seen it as well. But then decided not to take action. Winston says, how good was Grant Williams looking? Can't wait to see him really tearing up the field throughout the rest of the Rugby World Cup. Yeah, I mean, that ankle tap from Finn Russell was so important. Can we just talk about how good Finn Russell's defense was? I mean, we're talking about one of the most one of the best attacking fly halves in the world who put in an absolute exhibition in defense. I've never ever seen him defend that well. He was absolutely everywhere. I mean, I think he made about 8 or 9 tackles, but like last man tackles, covering tackles, ankle taps. I mean, he's an absolute demon on defense. He's just the most complete fly half out there, isn't he? You know, I think that's just the main thing we need to start talking about. Mana saying big screen replays influence the crowd, with the crowd also involved. Evan says Williams looks deadly attacked, just wish he chipped and chased. Needs to learn to solo support, will never catch up. Yeah, that's the problem when he's the quickest player on the field. The poor guys are like desperately trying to chase him, and he's just leaving them in their wake. So yeah, look again. If it wasn't for the ankle tap, I think he could have gone all the way. It was a great tackle from Finn Russell. It was a great run from Grant Williams. But I actually don't think we're giving enough respect to how good that ankle tap was, because if he hadn't made that, it was try time. But yeah, I mean, he's just so exciting, isn't he? He gets half a space, and once he's in a bit of space, one-on-one, you're going to back him, aren't you? Because he's got that devastating pace. He's rounding wings. You know, that's the thing. He's leaving any backline player in his wake. He's the quickest player in the squad, I reckon. At the very least, with from an acceleration point, and that's Kobus Reinach, who's absolutely rapid. You've got Kirkley, Oren, Sanchez, and Colby, who are absolutely rapid. Jesse Creel is not slow by any means, and they've all said that Grant Williams is just a different gravy when it comes to his sort of just acceleration and top speed. Absolutely mental how fast he is. My cousin says, looks like Bordeaux weather may be cool start out into the weekend, even possibility of afternoon showers on Sunday. Yeah, I mean, I didn't really plan on sitting and watching rugby in the rain on Sunday. I'm a little bit disappointed in that. The weather-wise, it doesn't look like it's going to be that cool. It does. Well, it's going to be like sort of mid to late 20s from what I've seen. We'll actually be able to do underground updates. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting weekend from a weather perspective. Hopefully we get some dry weather, because I think against Romania, obviously Ireland put 80 on them, and we'd like to do something similar. Very interested to see the team. By the way, my team prediction video will come out later today, and then we will have final confirmation of that team tomorrow evening when the team is announced. But yeah, in terms of other news, what do I want to talk about? Where are my articles here? So I saw a whole thing that there's an algorithm which has worked out who will win the World Cup. A whole statistical thing. And it has actually said that even despite last week Friday, New Zealand has a 33.5% chance of winning its 4th World Cup. The next most likely champions are South Africa, followed by France, and then Ireland. So I think that was actually before this weekend, though. So I don't know how much. It would be cool to see if that can change. If that changes because of the first weekend results, and whether that sort of still then obviously has the same sort of favorites and stuff. Problem with statistical analysis and stuff is that it just doesn't take into consideration the human element. There's always and how players can change in the day, scorelines change in the day, and how one small moment which you can't predict, a red card for example, a yellow card, an officiating error, a knock on or whatever can obviously be so influential in all these games. So yeah, you can always create a statistic, but there's always going to be that human element if you get it wrong. Mario says, my favorite part of the weekend, other than the box winning, were at memes about Rusty's light system. What are the odds? They mean next to nothing, and I'm just there to mess with analysts. Yeah, I mean, the only time we really saw the lights, we seemed to see a red light, and it was based. Well, we assumed it may kind of go for polls, but I mean, they could definitely relay that message without the light. So, yeah, maybe it is a bit of just a bit of fun that they're having. Who do you think starts 10 this weekend? Will Money be rested? I think Money plays every single minute of the World Cup. I think that they need to build confidence into him. I think he needs to kick as many conversions and penalties and get his hands on the ball as much as possible. I don't think they would rest him at all. They could start David Williams at 10. I don't think so. I don't see why you would, to be honest. Maybe I'd rest Money against Tonga if we got there. But as I said, for somebody who's so new into his international career, I'd be playing him as much as possible. You also don't necessarily need to have to rest certain players as much as others. Like Stephen Kitsop, when your props, for example, I'd like to be resting those and some of your forwards. So whereas I don't think he could play every minute of the tournament if he needed to, and I think he'd be okay. So yeah. Graham says, no, you get a risk of getting concussion of your own if you go for the hip. That is why you aim for the chest, which goes up and down wrong, and you cannot go for legs in that split second. No, well, that's the whole point. You just have to get away from people going from the chest. That's literally the point, because you run the risk of then clotheslining people. We all played rugby. People all at tackle school. There's always certain things and tackle techniques. Sometimes people get it wrong, but we cannot be advocating for people to be hitting chest high tackles, because that is going to see people, head on head contact, shoulder to head contact. And that's the whole point. There were plenty of examples this weekend of very good tackles which weren't chest high and were around the waist and stuff. So that is, we're getting away from the sort of tackles. It's kind of the entire point of it. Josh says, don't you feel Ireland are very underrated at the moment? I don't really understand where that's coming from, hey? The fact that everyone's just sort of writing them off. I mean, they looked a bit sloppy for the first about 10 minutes on Saturday, and then kicked into gear and obviously put Romania to bed. And it's Romania, so it's difficult to sort of see what that really means for Ireland. They play against Tonga this weekend. I think it's on Saturday at 9 o'clock. So that'll be a little bit, probably get a bit of a better idea of where they are. I'll be with you for that watch along, by the way. So hopefully that will give us a better idea of exactly where Ireland are within their form and stuff like that and temperament. At the end of the day, I expect Ireland to get through to the quarters very, very easily. And then it's about the monkey on the back, isn't it? Then it's about they've never gone past the quarters. Then it's about that whole mental, block of not being able to get into a semi-final. So it starts to come into play. So, they're not an issue. And I think they'll very much know that they expect to breeze through to the quarters, and I'm sure they will. It's where they can pitch up for that quarterfinal and get the win over New Zealand and France, which is not a small task. It wouldn't, and again, people will do it. Jeepers me, that's good. Just watching Quinton de Kock hitting a 6 down in Potchefstroom. People will say that they're choked. I don't think we can say that any of New Zealand, Ireland, South Africa, or France choked if they don't win the World Cup, because I think they're all four are very, very similar standards. I think it's about who pitches up on the day. If Ireland got to the final and lost to England, you could probably sit there and say, that's kind of a bit of a choke. They should never be losing to England in the final. And they shouldn't be. But I think when those four teams are going out to each other, I think it's about fair enough, to be honest. I think that they are that close with regards to the players, the ability, and stuff. So I don't think there's a lot of difference between those four teams. So, but again, at the end of the day, you got to beat who's in front of you, and that all comes sort of kicked into the quarters. But this weekend we've got some nice games. It's France versus Uruguay on Thursday. Cool to see Uruguay back in the mix. New Zealand versus Namibia on Friday. Samoa versus Chile on Saturday. Wales versus Portugal. Ireland versus Tonga. And then we've got some very nice games on Sunday with South Africa versus Romania, Australia versus Fiji, and England versus Japan. I'll be with you for 3 watch-alongs over the weekend, all coming from you live from Bordeaux, which is going to be fun. And we'll be doing live crossings and stuff on Sunday from Bordeaux at the SA versus Ireland, SA versus Romania game, which is going to be lots of fun as well. People are going to wrap up for the day there. In terms of videos to come, we've got a 5 things learned between France and New Zealand coming out later. We've got a round 1 team of the week coming out. We've also got a predicted lineup video, which will all be coming out. So we've got 3-4 videos coming out today. Then tomorrow we'll be live for the team announcement. We'll be live for this show. We will also have a 5 things learned from South Africa versus Scotland. Some other cool content coming up then as well. So if you have any questions, put them in the comments and we'll try and answer them tomorrow, for example. I'll try and join us in the next live show. We'll be live tomorrow at 1 o'clock, as usual, for the daily news catch-up. And we'll see you guys then. Please do smash the like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. And I will see you guys all very, very soon.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with Bitdefender, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on Bitdefender, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Sports Fan Forum on a oh, no, wait, it's not Thursday, it's Wednesday.
Wednesday.
And secondly, I'm the better version of StevieP. Hey, here we are.
Oh, wow. Imagine that.
2.0.
Just imagine that.
Imagine that, yeah. Yeah, guys, so as you can tell, we are a little bit earlier this week. I think we're getting ready for the Springbok game. We've got the team announcement, so we've got lots of books to talk about, but also Stevie and his brother are off to France, lucky bums, so they're getting all ready for that. So, yeah, Stevie mentioned that he had something with his teeth, but boys, I think that was a little bit of a teeth whitening dental job there to get himself all ready for France.
Good for the camera.
Fans are looking for some attention down there.
Yeah, but obviously, guys, first week of the World Cup done, so we got loads to get through. Of course, I mean, some interesting topics to talk about, which we'll get to. But I think not maybe one or two shockers to some people, but generally, I think a lot of form went the right way. But I think, yeah, I can't wait to get into it with you guys, and I think we'll start off with the weekend with the first games. Obviously, the opener. I don't know if it was probably a little bit of a damp squared after everything because, yeah, it ended up being a massive France victory there in the end, or quite a comfortable France victory after a very nice New Zealand start. I must admit, I kind of still was. I predicted New Zealand possibly winning, so I thought, there we go. There's the New Zealand arrived, and see you later, Frenchies. But no, the Frenchies are just really, really good. So, Riza, I'll start off with you, man. How did you feel the game go? How do you think the battles of the tens went specifically? How did you see it go?
Yeah, no, cool. I see this is targeted abuse here. Yeah, everyone was probably wondering why I took such a break from the fan forum. Well, now you know, everyone. It's Chris and his abuse there all the way from England. But
just
first time back in a few months, so we have to ease you into it, you know. So
yeah, look, if you want to talk about the battle of the tens, I don't actually think that there was much of a battle. To be very honest, I thought that Richie and Jalibu, I think both of them actually had some decently quiet games for their levels. I think Jalibu had a couple moments that were really exceptional, but yeah, it was a weird one. I don't think it was really a game for the tens. I think that the class was shown elsewhere on the field. So I don't know if that answers your question. It may not be the one you were looking for. But if you want me to say that Richie Mo'unga is terrible, I will not be saying that. But yeah, no, it was okay. I would rate Richie's performance probably a 5-6 out of 10, and Jalibu maybe a 7.
Yeah, but how did you? I mean, obviously, how did the game pan out for you? I mean, what were you also undercoverly thinking New Zealand were going to cause an upset there, or did the form lines just show that there was no ways that France were losing there?
Sure. I must say, I actually think that New Zealand probably didn't do themselves many favors there. I think that especially in that first half, they probably threw away a couple of chances and a couple of handling errors, and it was just all around kind of messy. And I think that if they had got their game plan together and just got a couple of hands together and stayed a bit more patient in that first half, in particular, I think that we might have seen a different result. But the French, to their credit, managed to hold them off for that first half and capitalized on the mistakes that New Zealand were making and came out firing in the second half with the ability that we all know that they have. So yeah, if you want my honest opinion, I think that France have done well to get that win, but I do think that New Zealand are much better than that.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think there's a lot more that should come from New Zealand. It would be very, very scary to still write them off. Where's our go to you? How do you feel the game went? What did you feel there was an impact with the 212s? It looked like Fofana had the better of the centers there. How did you feel the game went? Maybe not specific in the centers there, but how did it pan out there for you?
Yeah, I think everyone was a bit shocked potentially by that early New Zealand try. You know, everyone thought, okay, here we go. This is it. The All Blacks have turned up. You know, they got their spanking from the Springboks a couple of weeks before, and now they're ready to go. But I think the French did immaculate game management and planning. So they knew that they weren't going to come up and meet the All Blacks up front from the go. They weren't going to try and match the energy. They were just going to keep in there with them, keep in with them, and then eventually when things opened up, then really, open the floodgates. So I think that was really interesting to see how the French were able to manage the game from that perspective. Barring that sort of first try by the All Blacks, though, it just never really looked like they were that threatening. It didn't feel like an All Black team of old. However, bloody Talea on the wing there is just an absolute machine and unstoppable, or just like is very Colby-esque, but like, in the fact that he just doesn't go down. So I think, he can do some damage this World Cup. We'll have to keep our eyes out for him.
Yeah, absolutely. He's one of those players that just looks so kind of maybe unorthodox in a way, because I was also watching him and it took him, he breaks almost every first tackle almost, and he's only like a slight type of guy. You just don't expect it. It's like he's got like the superhuman kind of ability or strength, and he
I make it shouted at as a comparison, but when I look at him, I almost see like a Makazole Mapimpi kind of vibe, maybe a few years back, but.
Yeah, and I think these unorthodox wings, Peter Rousseau could have been one as well. You kind of lanky, and you kind of some of these odd wings. They've got these different running styles. Maybe JJ Engelbrecht.
What about Kobus Reinach on the wing? He's like, I mean,
he's the best wing that we've ever produced. So, that's that, or no, that's him. No, it's him. Yeah. But Rudes, how you doing, mate? Yeah, I know. We had a comment to ask. Have the All Blacks lost their aura? Well, I'll leave that up to you, Rudes. What do you think? Have the All Blacks lost their aura? Or where do you think they're going? How do you think the game went, and where do you think they're going in this World Cup?
Yeah, it's lovely to be on again, man. So for me, I saw a quote in the week that said the head coach of the All Blacks, Ian Foster, is consistent at being inconsistent. And I think that, for me, sums up the late generation of the All Blacks. I know we await Scott Robertson, the next All Black coach. He might obviously add some new dynamics. But for me, in this generation, I won't say I'm pleased, because it's always that sort of South African-New Zealand rivalry that you want to see, that's intense. But if we judge on the last game, I know it was only a warm-up game, but the All Blacks were absolutely nowhere. And I think, to a degree, I want to say there's certain people in the New Zealand media, I guess, who sort of have this entitled denial for the moment. So every team goes through a dip. South Africa has been through many. And I think this is just the All Blacks' time to lap that up at the bottom of the barrel, so to say. Being in the bottom of the pecking order in as far as the top 4 teams to win the World Cup, they'd be fourth to be mentioned right now.
Yeah, man, Rudes, I agree. I think New Zealand, they're in a downward trend, right? I think it is players. I mean, I speak to people, our friends. Like, you look at that All Black team. Let's be honest, guys. It doesn't seem it's not as imposing as these All Black teams of old, where you're just like, how on earth are we going to beat these guys? I think we look at these teams, we think we have a chance. And I'm going to throw it. I think Fozzie, the culture, leadership is so important in sports, and I think Fozzie. I don't like to criticize people's crap, because we don't really know, but I think the culture there is wrong. I don't think they got that old proper New Zealand culture going there. I think Robinson will turn that around, but do they have the cattle to turn it around with the players? That'll be something else to see. But the World Cup's still going. They're still in it. Who knows where they end up going? I think, let's move on to some other games of the weekend. We'll focus on the big ones. I think let's move maybe to old England, Argentina. Very, very, very interesting game. I'm sorry to the Argentina fanboys. Yes, Reza, put your head back there. And I think a lot of the panel were wearing their Argentina tops.
Yeah.
I think someone called England on the panel last week. I think that was me. But look, to be honest, guys, no one expected. No one expected. England did play better, but Argentina allowed them as well to absolutely play well. So, Reza, how did you see that game? What did you make of that one?
Oh, man. It was probably one of the most frustrating games of rugby I've watched in a very long time. And I don't usually get too invested in neutral games, so to speak. But, the RGs hold a very special place in my heart, ever since they kind of joined in with Sansa. And I really thought this was their time. I must be honest. I thought that, of all the picks that I made this weekend, barring maybe the Fiji pick, I was quite confident in this one. And I must give all my credit to George Ford. He took total control of that game in trying circumstances for England with obviously the red card down. And it's, geez, what an effort by him to just game manage that and control it for his team. And I think the rest of the team kind of fed off that energy. You could see after that first drop kick went down, I think they were also in shock. They were like, okay, you know what, we can actually do this. There's a bit of self-belief there. So yeah, for me, all the credit to George Ford. I'm horribly shocked at the performance that the RGs put together. They can moan as much as they want about some refereeing decisions or whatever the case is, but they had no one to blame but themselves. They were impatient and very similar to the New Zealand team. A lot of handling errors, and they just they didn't have the temperament to get themselves into a position to take control of that game.
Yeah, I heard. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I'm believing that the national anthems are getting totally butchered at the World Cup. And someone mentioned that Argentina's was also completely butchered. And they're a team, that Latin temperament we talk about, that they get all worked up in the anthem and they gets them really going. And apparently they're looking around at each other like, what's going on? And it could have put them off, with that temperament we talk about. I'm not saying it did. They're professional sportsmen. It shouldn't. But someone noticed that they looked a little bit razzled, that they didn't get to pump out how they would normally do it. I'm not making an excuse for them, but yeah, it was a very odd game. And George Ford, those skills of kicking those goals, people saying, was also, they were bloody good drop goals. Is Argentina still your second team? What's going on? What did you make of it?
I don't know when they were second team. Did I say that? Is that what I said?
I'm wrong, Wes. But yeah, how did you see that?
Yeah, I mean, look, it was the only Super Rugby pick I got wrong, which makes it hurt even more. So
okay, all right, no need to show off,
I was just saying, join the Forever Sports Super Rugby picks there. Links in the description. But no, it was tough, eh? I think, like Reza, disappointed is probably correct, and not like in a parental disappointed way, but in a this was a moment for them to show the growth that they've had, and we just then resorted rather back to Argentina of old, ill-disciplined, scrappy rugby, no real phase play. It was tough to watch, and I think in a way, like it was. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I was glad to see England playing better, as much as the whole world seems to not like England, for very good reasons sometimes. I think it was encouraging for the state of rugby, and just actually for those oaks as individuals, because they get absolutely roasted by their media, and I think it's a very toxic place to be an English sportsman. So I was happy that there might be some relief for them this week, and maybe even some praise, God forbid. But yeah, in terms of an Argentina performance, was very disappointed.
Yeah, well, that's the thing as well. I mean, even England, there wasn't so much on attack, was there? I saw some ridiculous stat that they kicked 90% of their possession. It was just a very odd game of rugby. I don't know how much to really take on it. We'll get into some predictions later. I've got one that I will give for the England-Japan, so we'll take it there. But Rudes, what did you read of that? A lot of people would put in RGs to make it to the semis, great chance. Would they sneak into a final? What do you think happened there on the weekend, and where do you think they're going?
I think that was a defining game for Argentina. Obviously, they were backing themselves to be favourites against England, judging from the warm-ups. But then again, we saw that the warm-ups are just warm-ups, and I think Argentina, for the sake of it, also sometimes tend to be the French of old. Lately, I know they had a time where they beat the All Blacks, they beat the Springboks, but over the last sort of while, I don't think they have that same sort of rhythm that they used to. So then again, you spoke earlier about the passion. I think a lot of that sort of, when it goes missing in the game, they sort of fall apart. And then the leadership for me wasn't really evident. And then obviously the drop goals, you mentioned obviously earlier on, we were chatting on our WhatsApp group about Stephen Larkham's drop goals. Those sort of things you don't sort of plan. But I think England did. Argentina just didn't see England coming with that sort of plan, and they had no answer.
Yeah, no, it was quite surreal to watch. But yeah, I anticipate RGs will come back hard. come back good next game. I think we can write that one off. But then we possibly said that about New Zealand coming into the French game, and they showed the same form basically that they gave against us, right?
And I mean,
So,
Chris, just to mention as well. I mean, I see Safri Kiwi in the comments there, getting some really good comments down there. But the one he mentions is Argentina also only had one warm-up game in Spain. And I mean, that's not preparation, right? I mean, all the big nations have had some pretty extensive tests. I mean, we had our New Zealand game and the whole rugby championship basically as a warm-up to World Cup. And yeah, it's quite disappointing for Argentina that they weren't able to secure themselves the fixtures that they maybe needed to get them over the line.
I think that is a biggie, and I think the story even plays back to speaking about the Fijians, the Fajua, and the prep that they've had in the Super Rugby, and then the Jaguars for Argentina. When the players have that hard and weekend, you build that standard. Your body, your mind is that I fully believe that as a professional sportsman, right? Yeah. And if you start getting less and less, that does toward the win. And you come to the big time, unfortunately, you're caught cold sometimes, and that looks like what's happened.
Last thing, Chris, if we can just, and I'm sure we'll talk about it because this was a big theme of this weekend, but obviously Tom Curry going off, and I think we can chat about that after we've spoken about the other ones there. But Tom Curry's red card, and it is a concerning issue for England because they do seem to play better when they are a man down, which
they're so used to it. So.
Yeah, well, I know, but it's so weird. It just seems to kick them into this different gear. So, but you don't want to become reliant on that all of a sudden you actually need a card to play well. It does seem to kind of rally them a bit, which was, so that's my thing. Well, we can talk about Tom Curry's decision and as well as then, the other two head contacts, the Chilean captain, Sigrid, and then obviously Jesse Creel, but we'll chat about that a bit later.
Yeah, sure. We'll just finish up these weekend games. Let's say Safriki, thank you for everyone who is online and watching us today. Safri Kiwi. Well, looks like they've got a multinational or multi-support. Yeah, and
Safri Kiwi's comment.
Yeah.
There's better be a long show because we need like an hour to talk about the Bok team. You're in for a treat, my friend.
Yeah, and also that Talia is also a Safri. Maybe this is Mark Talia. Is this you, Mark Talia? Because he says Talia is half Safri and half New Zealand as well. So maybe Talia's trolling us, because he also says New Zealand can still win it. To be honest, it's definitely Mark Talia giving us a bit of a troll. But yeah, you're right there. You can't write off.
That's my boy.
You can't. I mean, Forms is going to say that New Zealand aren't in this World Cup. They were still favourites pre-opener, right? I think maybe France just came in, but it really has opened it up quite a lot. And also, Mario, thanks for your comments. All. She says Razor isn't going to make a difference. I disagree there. I think Razor is going to make a difference. I think we're going to see a better All Black side, a top 3 international side again, because they do have the players, and when they have it's just strange in New Zealand. You always used to say their third team could basically beat everyone, right? But now they really need their top players. But
hello everybody, StevieP here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up. Get yourself an account and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS.
Just quickly before we move on to the books and controversies of the weekend, any other games? I think Wales-Fiji is worth touching on, right? I think that was probably the game of the weekend. I don't know what you guys want to have a quick run around, but yeah, I again called Wales. I just think Wales, when they're up, I think that Months was too big of a loss for Fiji. And I also think Wales, I know Fiji came back, but let's be honest, Wales were probably checking out already when they know they shouldn't have. But I don't know, what's your guys' thoughts? Did you think Fiji should have deserved to hold on that ball at the end there, Reza, and get over and break Wales' hearts and get everyone excited?
I think that the fact that they had to be in that position in the first place, where there's a desperate play right at the end, speaks a lot about the fact that, and to be very honest, I think they're a better team. And I think that they, going on the potential that they've been showing, they probably should never have been in that position in the first place. I mean, that team is pretty poor, that Wales team. It is poor. There's no other way about it. And, as much as Fiji perhaps don't have the same level of pedigree behind them, it's quite, I think that they probably, like the point I'm getting to is that they put themselves in that position at the end, Fiji. And so, unfortunately, they can't complain that the rub of the green didn't quite go their way. I hope to see better out of them, though. But it's encouraging that they at least showed the fight right to the end.
Yeah, no, totally. I'll get your thoughts as well. See, Barry, for you, do you think Fiji can beat us? We're going to do some predictions later in the show, so we'll do some round robins of what we think. But while you speak, I'm going to put my camera off and put some lights on because this professional presenter here just needs to get out of this dark room. So, give us your thoughts on Wales and Fiji, and I'll be right back.
No, see you in a bit, Chris. I think for me, guys, I had the privilege of being able to sort of do the watch along for that game, and so that was a lot of fun. I mean, that was the best watch along I've had because it was just action packed the whole game through. There was never a quiet moment, and I hear what you're saying, Rees, but I think we don't like to talk about the officials and the refs, but I think there was maybe this comes in the controversy later on, but if you look at how many warnings Wales got down in their 22, on the line, cynical infringements, like if you're offside, slowing down the ball on a 5 meter, that's a cynical infringement. It's the same thing as collapsing a maul, so it's very similar to that. And then the Fijians go down and they commit one infringement and they get a yellow card. And this was not the only case. It was just the most blatant, of time where we saw it. So I
didn't have the privilege of watching as much of the game as you did. Do you think that it's more? I mean, did they have despite the decisions that went against them? Do you think that they should have closed it out? I guess that's more where I was heading with it.
Yeah, I think for Fiji to be able to come back into that position, given the numerous calls made against them, or calls that didn't go their way. I think is really impressive, and speaks more about the Fijian like temperament. I'm going to use that word a lot this week, where the Fiji of old might have just gotten a bit emotional and dropped their heads and got out the game and reverted to the old. But we saw this, what I've been talking about, this more consistent Fiji where they're making the right decision more often than not. And for me, that's what makes a good team and even a great team, is how often can you make the correct decision? You can't make the correct decision every time. The teams will make the wrong decision. Players will make the wrong decision. You're going to need a moment. But the Fiji now we see are making the smart higher rugby IQ decisions, which I think is really impressive. And so I still see them with a chance in this to qualify.
Yeah, and Rudes, I don't know what you feel as well. Are you also, there was high optimism with Fiji, right? And they ended up feeling like giving them Wales a good game. How do you feel went from? Do you think they obviously were outdone, but do you think they possibly should have won? And again, how do you see them rolling out the rest? Do you think I know we will do predictions, but how do you see them rolling out against Australia?
Yeah, I agree with Wes when he says Fiji have got obviously a new structure to them. They're not only the flair, they've got the brains. I just think it's an uphill battle now against Australia. So they were looking to set a platform and at least challenge for second spot in the group. I think overcoming Eddie Jones might be a step too far. I don't think there's reason we can't believe and hope, but I think we're going to be living on a hope with that one. The Wales game was there for the taking, and I think in the last moment it was just the rub of the ball, the moisture, and just unlucky for Fiji there. The question would remain, though, if they did score that try, would they have kicked the kick over? So it wasn't a guarantee, it was an opportunity, but I think the Australia game is just a slight push too far, although I'd love to see some more exciting rugby from Fiji.
Yeah, but Fiji are fun to watch, aren't they? And now they have improved some of the kind of basics, you want to call it, discipline and structures of the game. They are even more interesting to watch. I'm not going to touch on any other games. We'll go to the books next. But any other games besides the books you guys have any comments on? You want to say anything?
Just
But,
very
I
briefly,
think
how Ireland ran, or the guy, yeah. No,
go ahead, Wes. Yeah, all yours.
shot
yeah,
brief.
wait.
No, I was just going to compliment the Chileans on having what I thought was a great start to their Rugby World Cup, or their debut. You know, so I mean, they did get put down quite heavily towards the end there. However, they came out and just again the level of rugby they demonstrated and played. I mean, to be on such a big stage in their first game, I thought it was it was fantastic to see the Chileans coming out and having another new side in a Rugby World Cup. So yeah, my hats off to them.
Yeah, and also for the minnows bet for sorry, Ariza.
I think, sorry, my only other game of note was probably obviously the Ireland game. I think great to see Johnny Sexton back. I don't think anyone needs to read too much about it. He obviously had quite a performance there, but it is quite a poor Romania side. But I do wonder. I suppose we'll get into when we do our predictions whether having the softer game first is a benefit or a hindrance. We've gotten over one of our big ones first in Scotland, which we'll get into in a second. I feel that stands us in better stead going into the rest of our group, that we've overcome one of our challenges already. For them, their tournament hasn't really started yet.
Yeah. I was just going to say, in terms of the minnows, it was quite exciting. And if you were a betting man and actually were brave enough to bet it, the Chileans scoring first and the Romanians scoring first, if you put that in a double, we could have all packed up or quit and join Wednesday in Botswana and our own safari lodge. But yeah, it was quite exciting to see the guys, have a good start off that well, but obviously it is, let's face it, men versus boys at the end of the day. I did enjoy Chile's endeavor. I did. They gave Japan a hard game. They had to really fight their way into that game, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys, I'm going to quickly do the betted segment bought by BOYLESPORTS. Myself truly. We've been ticking along nicely on the show. I'll just bring in the slide as we usually do. So yeah, again, we had another nice week last week. 2 winners that I gave out last week. We had the France versus New Zealand second half higher scoring. That ended up winning kind of comfortably-ish, but yeah, it won, so it was good. Take it home. And Georgia's last try at the end, they also brought in this bet. But a win's a win, and we move on. We move forward.
Yeah.
And we on to 17 wins, 10 losses on the win-loss record. We edging up to 20 units on this since we started the segment, and where we operate in a lovely 54% return on investment. Take that any day. You're doing well. Let's say if you're 20%, you're doing really well. So take that. Because we're early in the week, I wanted to see more teams, and the early games are too much of a mismatch and too many big caps going on there for me to get too much involved yet at the moment. But yeah, there it is. I'm saying that the cap is 22.5 for Japan against England. I just think England almost could be a false positive, that Argentina game. I think Japan should give this England team a decent run. I'll be surprised if England do run away from Japan. So I would have probably capped this around 15. So we'll give out 1 punt. We'll add this to the record. We'll do Japan plus 22.5. I think that's a couple points too much. So we'll see how we do with that again next week. So now we'll move on to the books. I think before we get to next week in the team, let's go through the game. Let's talk about South Africa versus Scotland, right? I mean, was it 15 points at the end? Victory, a couple of points higher than what the bookies were thinking. Restricting Scotland to 3. Yeah, sure, great defense, but I think Scotland also didn't do themselves any favors at times as well. So, is it a dominant book performance that everyone is happy with, or do we think that there are still some issue there? Scotland didn't arrive, and there's possibly still some weaknesses, if you want to call it, that possibly teams could expose, or are we happy? Riza, how are you feeling? Where do you think that how do you think that went, and where does that leave us?
So I was fortunate enough to obviously be in our live fan park, and it was. I interviewed a couple of people, and obviously they were, quite festive and enjoying themselves. But so the enthusiasm and the confidence for the books was quite high. And I couldn't help but think to myself while I was doing those interviews that I'm not entirely sure that I'm actually happy with the way that they closed out that game. I was hoping that we would come away with the bonus point there. I think we had just over 22, 23 minutes or something like that in which to get that third try. And it was maybe slightly concerning, if I had to really be nitpicky about the performance, that they weren't able to create really many chances in that last quarter to kind of do that. I was hoping that they'd push a bit harder for it. From a defensive point of view, an incredible performance, and it's the kind of thing that we've come to expect from the Boks in the last, I'd say, 4 or 5 years, pre-2019. So it's very solid. I think we take it. We don't moan too much. I hope that bonus point doesn't come back to haunt us. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm impressed with it though. I liked the composure shown. I think perhaps if I had to pick apart an area of concern for me was maybe in the centers. Dielendi and Creel didn't quite ever look like they were threatening much, in my opinion. And I think that's probably one of the areas of concern.
Yeah, I could possibly agree. Rudes, I'm going to come into your beloved Boks. I think you're predicting a 52-60 point win. I'm only kidding. I know you're expecting or hoping a nice big Bok win there. I thought it would be closer, so it was probably about right. But I mean, we can't ever really be disappointed. We shut an international team down to 3 points. But how do you feel, Rudes? How do you feel the game went?
So for me, obviously, the first half was a very tight affair. I think that the Springboks were still getting into gear. I think once those traffic lights start working in the second half, the guys started to also get their peripheral vision going. But no, I think for the sake of individual players, there were some standouts. Collectively, I think we still got to put it all together. It will be interesting to see post-Romania. Obviously, we're going to touch on that, but what sort of team they want to put together for the Ireland game, because there were some concerns in areas. I think our defense is solid. I think Ireland's going to battle with that, any team for that matter. And I think we just overpowered Scotland in that game in the second half. So our bomb squad is still relevant. I know Reza mentioned now the centers were a problem. I want to agree with him and also say that I'm not sure if it was an instruction to get the ball to Delende and he go route one again. But I think that route one is 2019, and we've moved on from there. So I'd possibly like to see a switch in the centers. And then the last cause for concern, I know I've mentioned it before. I've forgiven him. He's an amazing player, and we need him at fly-off. But I think the indication with Faf de Klerk being on the bench for this Romania game might be an indication that they want to take the kicking duties away from Mani Lebok for the Ireland game, so that he can focus on doing what he does absolutely best, and give those duties to Faf de Klerk. That's my opinion. But great win. I think it puts us in a good place, but there's still a lot of work to do.
Sorry, Chrissy, I just want to just quickly. I think that I'm getting hacked in the comments here. But I just want to be very clear. I am very much saying that my problem with the centers at the moment is that as a combination, they're not creating a lot of opportunities. Dielendi will always go forward. Everyone knows that. But whether that really moves and creates opportunities for the players outside him all the time is not always the case. And so, if he's creating that space and there's a game plan post those crash balls, sure, no problem. But I do agree with everyone. On defense, they were fantastic, which is exactly what we've come to expect. But I think that you go Moody, you go Esterhuizen, I think they've been creating a lot more opportunities than the Dielendi Creel combo.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, Bitdefender. Bitdefender is a global leader in cyber security. Bitdefender is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with Bitdefender, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on Bitdefender, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video.
Well, that's what I want to ask. So if you had to pick a team, say we play in Ireland next week, Rudes and Reza, who's your center combination then? Rudes
Ireland.
or Reza?
No.
Mm-hmm.
Can we
who's
leave that
12
one
and
to Wiz?
13? Where's Rudes? Do you want to do? Have you did mention the center comment? Would you change them? Who? And if you did, who would you? Would you bring in Esterhuizen? If Moody was available, would you bring in Moody?
Yeah, I like the
DW
Esterhuizen
as well.
because I think he's got that ability with his physical. He's got that ability with his physical prowess to go forward, but also he's got the soft hands. So that's going to allow the opportunities for Kane and Moody outside and Kurtley Orange. So possibly Esterhuizen at 12 at least.
All right, and Camp Creel still at 13, yeah. All right, Wes, on to you, my man. How do you feel it went? Obviously, guys have made their comments. How did that go for you?
Yeah, I mean, I was proper nervous at the end of the first half. Was it, I think 6-3 we went in, and I think we came out hard in that first 20 minutes, and we were looking good. And I think, you know, we looked like we had showed up to play, and we were playing some good rugby, and we were attacking with pace. And Scotland were there matching us, you know, bit for bit, and we just couldn't quite crack through. And then our scrum started to struggle. I mean, I had to pinch myself and check what reality I was in, and you know, Doctor Strange and the multiverse, whatever was going on.
That was so weird.
Where I was, because it was just so odd. And so, yeah, I went into the half not feeling great, you know, still obviously, I think, backing the boys, believing we could win, but I was, a bit concerned. And then second half came in, and again, we came out with that intensity. And I think it was a combination of that, our fitness potentially, as well as then the bomb squad, as Rudy mentioned. And I mean, Ox, Umganami came on, and Trevor. So, you know, I mean, and they just said, right, we got this, and the Scots couldn't hang with those three, which is interesting because, they I think were the starting front row not so long ago. I know there's been injuries and a bit of this and that, but they were the choice front row. So I wonder if we might see a shift there, or because they were so effective off the bench, do they remain part of the bomb squad and then to have that effect? And once we started getting, sorry, Chris, which is the last thing, once we started getting our forward momentum and our scrums, and we started winning that, then things opened up for us. And I'll touch on the center stuff lastly. Yeah, I do think that if we played Ireland, I probably would choose Damien and Jesse. I think that despite them not creating opportunities or potentially being as go forward as an Esterhuizen and Moody combination, we still managed to beat a good team, the 5th ranked team in the world, by 15 points. And so we can create opportunities elsewhere. Obviously, ideal if we use the centers to make better ground, but I think given their defensive structure and the fact that we can still exploit teams elsewhere, I'd probably back those two. It'll be very interesting to see this weekend.
Yeah, well, guys, what I mean about the bomb squad, right? I mean, it's all about the last 20 minutes, and it has been for the Boks for a long time, but the last 20 minutes was one of the worst 20 minutes of international rugby I've seen in a long time by both sides. There were mistakes, given away penalties, mistakes all across the park. I thought we got those 2 tries, we were going to kick on. I thought we were going to kick on and score another 2 tries, and we didn't do it. The bomb squad didn't. I mean, we regained control of the forwards. That was what we had to do, number one, for sure. But we didn't run it. We didn't kind of. I thought we would take it away from them, and I don't know if you guys feel is that something to worry about again, or is it one test, one next, that test done in the bag, and we move forward, and the bomb squad does its job again next time out? Reza, what do you think?
No, I mean, at the end of the day, people forget that we are pundits. We are there to pick apart the good and the bad. And while we are saying that it would have been, and I mean, I fully agree with you, it would have been absolutely great to see them kick on. We also understand the rigors of professional rugby, and it's not a bad Scotland team. And I'm sure that they will, if Rassie and Jacques are sitting there in the dugout having a cup and said, "Hey guys, fantastic game. That was like a little bit concerned about this because they always have something to work on, and that's all we're saying is that if you've got to pick something that they probably should have done better, is maybe just close the game out completely. And there was a target, a tangible milestone in that bonus point that was very much within their reach that they weren't able to get. So if they were looking at something to improve on, I think that would be the thing for them.
Yeah, that was why I thought that the first half would have bothered us a lot, and we would have come out with a massive bean up on it and a kind of a point to prove. Even though we were kind of we didn't look like losing. That's really, okay. We'll talk about the card. Would have a Creel red card affected the game? I don't know. We can talk about that later. But I was a little bit disappointed. I would have liked to have seen us squeeze the life out of Scotland and at least get another try, But both teams were making the mistakes, and the turnovers were coming, but yeah, that's how it was. But let's move on to the weekend, and let's actually start. The book squad was announced today. Very,
Chris,
very
I just
interesting.
can I add something there?
Yeah, sure, go from it, man. Yeah.
I think on a serious note, the loss of Eben Etzebeth early on also flattened us a little bit. We didn't anticipate losing such a leader and an aggressive man, always attacking the gain line, cleaning the rucks. So I think that definitely influenced things in a way. And then on a lighter note, just coming back to the fly-off, I heard someone say that if you know how to Tokyo drift, then parallel parking shouldn't be a problem. So that's just for Moni Lebok and just the fun.
Never heard that one
I
before,
like that,
but I do
Roots.
like
I
it.
like
Yeah,
that,
good
Roots.
one, Roots. You picked your moment there and you delivered. I appreciated that one. But just on the book, and I'm not I know we've had our conversation, but look, I'm a book man. You guys know this, and we can bang on about his kicking, but when that boy needs to kick 3 points in a big game, he's gonna put it over, right? I'm telling you, it's gonna happen. Let him do his razzmatazz and his no looks, and he's gonna kick backwards with his bum or something. Let him do it all, and we'll be fine. So he'll be fine. Let's back him. So
I mean, if you heard Siya Khaleesi's I mean, it was all over the
Press
internet
conference.
about how he defend Mani. He makes a very good points. It's just like he does everything else in the game almost to perfection. And just because it's such a visceral thing, kicking, that you see quite clearly that it's quite a target on his back, unfortunately. But I think he needs to. I think he needs to get the benefit of the doubt. Joe. He's really been playing fantastically well. He'll fix that. He'll fix it. Sure.
I agree. He can kick.
Sure.
Yes, it's not the averages we want, right? Just sorry, Wes, did you want to say something?
No.
Oh, sorry, mate. Cool. Sorry. Yeah, guys, let's go onto the team. I would say we got some changes there. I think Roots, I'll start with you, mate. I don't know what you feel with we also quite very interesting with the scrum offs. Everyone was like, why the hell do we have 4 scrum offs in the squad? Well, here we go, boys. I think maybe the craziness has revealed itself. But Roots, I'll give you first stab at you. What is your first impressions of the squad and how they're going to go against Romania? Obviously, we are anticipating a very comfortable win, aren't you? But what are your thoughts?
So for me, it's obviously a lot of changes. I think it's a squad rotation thing as well. I mean, it's not a normal thing to see 4 scrum offs in a starting 23. But I think the versatility of those scrum offs counts in our favour. So if things happen where we perhaps, I'm just, for example, saying we need to do a 7-1 split, where can those scrum offs fit in potentially on the wing like we see Grant Williams now? So what will also be interesting for me is to see which players from this match actually then stay behind and form part of the Ireland game. We think of a guy like Jean Klein with so much Irish experience. Will he factor in, or are these players just obviously rotating, as I mentioned? For me, South Africa are going to absolutely trample Romania. If I look at 1 to 23, there's experience, there's excitement. It's interesting, though, as I mentioned earlier, Damian Willemse at 10 with no Mani Lebok, who would then take over the kicking duties in the second half after Clerk. Do you then give him the opportunity in the Ireland game to actually take that away from Mani Lebok? And as Riza mentioned, let him do what he does absolutely best,
Yeah, absolutely. And just a quick one. I mean, I think the bookies again are saying a 70-point win. Is this change team, considering Ireland with a full strength team beat them by 70 odd, just under 80. So with 10 more points, do you think this team goes past 70 points margin over Romania, this team we put out? Or do you think that the combos are just too fresh and too unknown, and maybe it's going to be a bit closer than that? What do you think, Roots?
I think for me, the South African bomb squad again in the second half will be just too much for Romania. I think we've played them on one occasion, and I don't think they're going to enjoy the second time playing against us. It just wears off on you, like they mentioned. It's a slow poison, and I think there's still enough in the backline to be dynamic enough to score 10 tries at least.
Yeah. Reza, any surprises? Yeah, I think we probably were absolutely expecting a change team, weren't we? I'm not so sure about some of the combos. I mean, obviously Reina holds the dirt trackers together. Of course he does. He always has. He always has. Even and then and what do you think? I mean, well, Grant Williams is there on the wing, and I think that's a big reason why there possibly were 4 scrum halves, right? So what do you make of the team?
I actually think probably my biggest issue here is actually with the bench, perhaps. I'm reading there's 2 things that I'm reading into here. I see Kobus starting at scrummy. I see Jaden on the bench. And it tells us a lot. Maybe it doesn't tell us a lot about which one of them's higher in the pecking order. And with Grant on the wing, it tells me nothing. I really don't know who is in the mind of the Springbok coaching staff, as if they were to choose a second scrummy to start, who's it going to be? And I mean, going off this, you would think that they're trying to give Kobus time in that role, and really it's Jaden and Grant that probably need it most. But having said this, that's the one concern I have. I don't think there's anything wrong with what they've done, but it's they've obviously got a plan, and maybe we're just not privy to it. The other thing is obviously Damien at 10. I would have liked to have seen, I'm sure Ruz will agree with me, maybe even Wes, is that Mani I would have liked to have seen him still get some time here. I think that he's riding a very high run of form at the moment, and he is a confidence player. And maybe he would have liked the opportunity to have a second half, maybe 30 minutes off the bench, to just kind of bang some kicks, express himself a little bit, and just kind of keep riding the form that he's in. So that's, if I was to be very picky about this, that's it. And Vincent Koch as well, with the start there. After seeing the Trevor Bongi Ox combination, I thought that maybe they would have liked to give them again a sense of continuity, and maybe Vincent off the bench for the second half. But yeah, that's my thoughts on it. I still think that we probably put over 60 on them.
Yeah. Wes, so what obviously running on the back of those guys' comments, what do you feel? What do we make of Williams at 14? Because like you say, would have made more sense. That I agree with Reza's comments there. Give Williams a run at 9, and even Hendricks could have got it. But what are you going to do with Hendricks and Faf on the bench? I'm very interested to see what they want to do. Do you have any ideas what these coaches are thinking? Wes, what do you think's going on here?
I mean, if you start to try and get into the mindset of a man who unfollows everyone on Twitter except for the one team they're going to play for that week, you can lose yourself in the weeds. Before I get wrecked in the comments, I know it's X, but whatever. So no, I think it's going to be interesting. I think it's exciting. I think it's unknown. I think these guys are innovators, and I think with that comes risk, and it might not work, or it might come off. Like with the 7-1, we've seen how they've deployed that, and it's worked in our favor this time. And so it'll be very interesting to see with their choices. Like again, these decisions I don't think are sprung on the guys. They're not. The guys don't find out who's starting where when we do, obviously the public. So there will be conversations with the team and saying, hey, okay, why don't we do this? They've run these combinations in practice. They've tried these, and clearly they've seen something. They think, hey, this could potentially work here. And they're thinking combinations down the line. I mean, what if, touch wood, everyone find some wood right now and touch it, because what if Lebok does go down and is ruled out the rest of the World Cup, and Hollow's not there, blah, blah, blah. Like, what about all that? Then Willems is going to need to slot in at 10. So let's get him in there with as much time as possible. So, look, this is going to be my first Bok watch-along, so I am super excited.
Nice,
very privileged to have this opportunity, which I can't wait to do. So I'm looking forward to...
No pressure. It's just 350,000 people.
Well, let them come, right? If you build it, they will come. Please come join us and watch the Boks dismantle Romania.
And Wes will bring the ladies, so it's up to 500 this weekend. Let's go, boy.
Stuff.
Yeah. No, but that's exciting, man. That's exciting for me. I'm looking forward for that for you, man. That's really, really gonna be good. Yeah, so I mean, we're gonna do predictions, but while we're on the books, I mean, I think we all know the books are gonna win, right? Are we gonna do a round of predictions? Anyone fancy Romania on the weekend? Yeah.
Okay,
No.
that's just a waste of fan forum time, Chris. Really.
Yeah, but what margins are we going by? Because I think you guys
That's
brought
what
up
I
a good
thought.
point about like, you know, it was a full island strength team who got then about just 70 odd or just over 70. So what do we think for margins? Do we think, as you said, Chris, there's a good point, because this is a new combination, fresh combination side. Can we put 40, 50 plus, or will it be a bit scrappy and maybe a 20 plus game?
I think if you look at 40, 50 plus, just to jump in there, Chris, I think that is a scrappy game. I think that is a scrappy game. I think a good performance is 60 points plus. I think a scrappy game is 40 to 50 points.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Ruud, I don't know if you want to add anything there. I think 70 points is about right. I think maybe we'll be just short. I don't know. It'll be the second half, won't it? It's a lot about the second half with these minnow teams, of how much they got left to hang on, Ruud. But I know you said,
I'm going with South Africa 77. That's 11 tries, but only 8 conversions. So the final score 71. Romania are going to get 1 consolation try, so 71-5.
All right.
So you get that right. I'll buy you a bottle of whatever it is that you drink, buddy.
Well, that's actually what we are.
And then I say Romania to score a try. I think we're going to give them a try in the 80th minute, just because we don't want them to Romania.
Oh, gee, Ruud is so full of it, eh? So full of it, Stephen, eh? Nice, Ruud. Yeah, well, actually, we'll say we want to talk on some controversy. Quite a big talking point of the weekend was the cards, right, and the decisions, and we've gone through this many times. I think we all agree that we want to protect the players and we should protect the players. So there's all these rules in to do that. We also don't always want to criticize the referees, but they brought in to man this, right? And they've been heavily criticized when they've had to make decisions on the field. So in brings the bunker system, and we think that's all going to sort it out. However, we've almost got 3 identical collisions and 3 completely different outcomes, guys. It is not, I don't think it's acceptable. I'm not going to put it on the refs because we are humans, but it's not working, right? I'll start with you, Reza. What are your thoughts on those collisions for one, and the decisions that were made, and what do you think actually, where do we go from here? Do we have to just ride this out and hope it improves, or do we change? Do we have to simplify it? What do you think?
I do feel for the refs in this case quite a bit, because the card situation is actually quite ambiguous. The punishments, though, for cards that are, well, let's go first with play that is dangerous. That is the one reason for citation, and 2 is contact with the head, right? And so you can have a reckless play, and contact with the head is there after a aggravating factor. In fact, when you're looking at penalties over and above cards, because I don't want to go too much into the cards, I'll let one of the other boys do that. But those scenarios where they look into in post game, there's been no consistency at all. It says there that they should get, I think it's a minimum, a mid-level is a minimum 6 game ban. And we saw even before the World Cup started that simply just isn't happening. There's a whole bunch of reasons that they're offering up as, this is mitigation, and this is aggravation, and this is we're just keeping quiet on it. This is just the punishment we're giving out, and no one seems to know what the standard is that they're working off anymore. And I find myself very frustrated at what's going on. And you know what, if it had been consistent throughout, and even the Creel card, if it had been consistent throughout and he was given a card for it, I'd be sitting here going, yeah, no lacquer, shot, 100%, we move on. But that isn't the case. And so you can understand other nations, when it goes against them, are rightfully up in arms at the moment.
Yeah, Wes, I'll move on to you because I know you wanted to comment the Creel. Let's talk about the Creel. I mean, I think do you feel that what should have that outcome have been? What do you feel it should have been? I know it wasn't. It was obviously not even looked at. Do we even know if it's cited as well? But secondly, also, I mean, Wes, what do you feel? Because for me, how come us as the public can see it and go, okay, that's that's obvious. Why are we as non-professional referees not getting paid to make decisions? Seemingly can make the decision. Like, what do you think is going on? It's the same for VR and football, right? You see some very dubious and weird contentious. So we just brought more human error. Let's add on some more human error, and let's be happy with two wrongs make a right. Like it's very odd. What do you think there, Wes? What first with the Krill incident and all of it? What do you feel?
Yeah, it's a really tricky one, but I'm going to just try keep it as simple as I can. So we saw obviously Tom Curry with a sort of upright in the tackle, head-on-head contact, no real mitigation, got the yellow card, which I think is definitely the correct call, to the bunker for the review, and I think the ref made the right call there. Fine, and then you go to the TMOs, and again they judged that there were no mitigation factors, and so that could be upgraded to a red. And I think it's a harsh call, but I think it's a strict or a reading of the laws, like as they are. This is what it is, and it's a red card. So I think you can't be too cross with that, because you can go, okay, I can see how they got there, so I get it. But then you had Martin Sigrin, the captain for the Chilean side, doing almost the exact same thing as Tom Curry, and got a yellow card, got reviewed. So cool, the ref did the right call there. But then it goes to the bunker system, and it's deemed that it's going to remain a yellow. So all of a sudden you're thinking, wait a second, how can that be? If you look at them side by side, I think it's almost the exact, like, identical tackle. So for public, I think what the players are after as well, what I think they're desperate for, is give us the reasons why. So you said there's no mitigation, but then why was this one? What's different? Show us the difference. It's like the office meme where Pam says, corporates asked us to pick out the two, spot the difference between these images, and there isn't one. It's like we need to know what's going on. And then Jesse Creel, again, the ref, I'm not going to blame the ref because there's so much going on in a game. They've missed it. But this comes to the TMO. I mean, we've seen, this is the most involved, I think, TMO.
Moment of frenzy, basically I know they talk about mitigating factors, but if I look at a referee, to explain my point, I think it's Wayne Barnes from England. He's always of the notion that obviously contact that's deemed foul play, he will start at the very bottom being a yellow card, and then at a point where it is a red, he'll make that decision. But I think for the moment, the mitigating factors are not really apparent to me. It's like frenzied decision based on moments where it's split seconds, where you have to decide, you must now drop your angle and tackle, where the person who's attacking you's hip is much more likely to knock you out as well than your ability to perhaps stand up in the tackle. So sometimes I think the physical contact thing, we mustn't get away from the fundamentals of rugby and spoil it with these sort of nuances in the laws, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think we've also.
Yeah, go guys.
Sorry,
Okay, you go first.
If I could just very quickly, I think that it's a bit of an aside to the card thing. It's just that the experiment that was had with the 20-minute red card rule and then replaced with another player was one that was quite interesting to me, because I feel like that takes pressure off a referee to make that red card. If they suspect it's within the definition of the rules, give the red card, because it doesn't totally ruin the game. It's 20 minutes off for that player, and then they're allowed to replace him afterwards with somebody else. I think that rule probably needs re-looking at. I think that there's some tweaking perhaps that needs to be made there, but I think that it takes the pressure off the referee to make those hard calls, especially when they're unsure. If their first instinct is it's within the rules, I think it's a red card, then give the damn card and let's move on with the game. But yeah, that's something to add to the conversation.
Add on that, Riza, it's like we want to see, or I would like to see, a scenario where the World Cup, there are more yellow cards. We don't want to see any red cards for that matter. and perhaps a scenario where if you build up 1 or 2 yellow cards, you suspend it for the next game. We're losing the basics of it by bringing in the red card bunker system, etc. I think it's complicating a scenario that could be quite simple. So in other words, let's just see more yellow and less red.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video.
Yo, Wes, I think you wanted to also chime in some last comment
Yeah,
there.
I mean, we could be here, and talk about this for about an hour by itself. But I think two things, and then I promise I won't say any more about it. But I think one, I agree with you guys in terms of, and it was brought up in the comments as well on one of the watch-alongs this weekend. I don't agree with watching things in slow motion all the time. So I think you should use slow motion to identify where contact was made. So you use slow mo to see, okay, there is contact on the head. Cool. So we've got a head contact. Or if you're not sure, it's kind of like when in cricket, when the ball goes past the bat and it's kind of close, it's like, right, can we get ultra edge just to see? So you use slow motion just to see, okay, was there where contact was made? Then I think when referees and the TMO in the bunker or whatever they are, they then need to watch the incident in real time, not slow down, because there's contact with the head. So you need to watch it at the time that the player had to adjust to the decision. And I think that will give them a more realistic understanding then of could the player realistically get out of position. I will just say though, for Creel, Curry and Sigrin, they were all bad tackles. They were all in the wrong position. They were never going to make effective tackles. They were all upright, high. That's a bad tackle. I don't know about you, Oaks. We say we all played rugby. I was never taught to tackle like that. They were all upright. Like it's just yeah.
But have you never gone into we've all at some point gone into guys a little bit shorter. The games we've all gone in high at some point, not deliberately. At some point, the angles of the tackle, what's happening. I'm not, you know what I mean. For me, my last shot, I just feel those type of incidents are at the moment, yes, red by letter of the law. Now all three were red. However, for me, some of these incidences are too strict. These rules are too strict for the incident. I think we need to strip it back a little bit. Some of those things are not red card offenses. For my in a game of rugby, that's not a red card offense. But we are where we are. So that's my last.
But if you talk about no, so I had two. Go. I already said one. But I was going to talk about then if you say in the game of rugby. Because at the end of the day, and I know we hate saying this, but it is a game and people's lives need to carry on after rugby. And there's a real issue with CTE and head collision and concussion and brain damage. Like that's just it. And so if we want people to continue playing rugby and there's a massive fallout in the US of what's going on with football, American football, like parents are not wanting to put their kids into American football because of the CTE. So that sport, might crumble, might not crumble, but what we want to see is rugby preserved. And for me, the core of rugby is not making head contact. I know that's not what you're saying. The biggest tackles I've seen ever made in rugby have been good, low, strong, hard, positive tackles where the head's not even anywhere near the other person's head. So I'm all for the physicality in rugby. Okay. I'm 100% there with you, but I do think sorry.
I agree. So I think with the games, because this is kind of shifted in the last 5 years. So in saying that, I agree. So I'm totally agree. If this embeds all players to be going low all the time, like it becomes this normal habit. But then I guess that's maybe where I'm missing the point. I'm going to see a different game of rugby, not the game of rugby I knew and watched and knew. And it's going to be a different-ish game, right? It's going to be more aerobic. What's the word they call it? So are we prepared to say goodbye to the game of rugby almost as we prepare, because we are changing the rules that much for the good of the person, maybe not the good of the game.
But the
Maybe
rules have
rugby,
changed. We 50-22, kicking it directly out into touch, line out, scrum, hold set. Rules have changed.
Yeah, but
Chris, I've never looked
I'm
at a
talking about
game of
tackles.
rugby where there hasn't. I've never looked at a game where there hasn't been a high tackle and gone, geez, that was a pretty soft game. Like that's never crossed my mind once. Like rugby, when it's done properly, is still hard. It is still aggressive and physical and all of the above. And yeah, I think if this is the approach you want to take, then I'll send you the Owen Farrell highlight clip again, and you can have some dreams about that.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's a high-paced physical game. You're not going to get it out. I'm sorry. You guys might think if you want that, that's fine. There are going to be head contacts every single game, no matter if it's deliberate or not. Maybe the guy's trying to go low or not. It's going to happen. I promise you that. So every game you're gonna watch the rest of your life, you'll see a head contact somewhere. So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
and I'm just saying that
handballs happen
the
in
rules.
football. Handballs happen in football in the penalty box. It's a card or whatever the case is, a penalty. So that's it, right? So that's against the rules, and if that happens, then there you go. Anyway,
I know, but we need to protect the players, and I totally agree. I just said just get them set up, but no, I was because I was going to talk about headgear, right? But you're right. Go to NFL. These guys have state of the art helmets, and these guys, but they get properly slammed to the ground.
Yeah.
So but I mean, you talk about this might be you guys made people get upset. What I'm trying to say, I'm not trying to say we should go headbutt each other every game and get dementia. I'm just saying maybe there needs to be laws that everyone needs to wear proper state of the headgear. It's available. So why aren't rugby players putting on headgear if they can use it? Why would they?
No,
Anyway,
because headgear has been proven to just be. It actually makes American footballers go in with worse tackles because they've got their headgear on, and it's been shown to not be a deterrent to terrible tackle technique. It's actually one of the worst things for it.
Yeah. Bruce, you want to say something? Add one more last review. This has gone on 50 minutes. We thought it might do. I should have started it earlier. But yeah. Bruce, you got anything else to add before we go into some quick fire predictions before we end the show?
I'm good, my brother. You fire ahead.
Yeah. All right, guys. Let's go to. Yeah, we've gone a little bit over. I apologize, guys, but I hope you guys enjoyed that.
It's World Cup.
And
It's okay.
Yeah. So we'll do predictions. Yeah, we'll all have a go. I think there's 8 games, so we'll all have a stab at 2. I will go first as the host because I'm allowed to make that decision. So, there we go. France by 50, New Zealand by 60. There we go. Easy. And then we'll go around the table as we go with Rude's first. Rude will take you to the next games, and that will be Samoa versus Chile and Wales versus Portugal. What's your Samoa-Chile prediction?
Samoa 38-12 against Chile, and then obviously, what's the other game? Portugal?
Wales, Portugal.
Sorry, Wales by 50 at least. So 53-3.
Wales by 50. Okay, the bookies have got them 30. So you're thinking they got that very wrong. Then it's a heavy Wales victory. Yeah, I also think Wales should be putting them by 50 as well. We'll move on to you. We've got Ireland, Tonga. How do you see that going?
Yeah, I mean, we know the Tongans love the World Cup, and I remember when we played them last in the World Cup pool game. So, I think the Irish do come out on top. Obviously, I'm going to say Ireland by about 20 points. So, I'd say Ireland by 20.
Yeah, the bookies got there by 30. So, it just shows you how it's these games that we not used to seeing, how it's hard to kind of match them, right? Even though we know it's going to be a dominant wins, but by how much,
Yeah.
Exactly. And then, we've got you in the South African game. You did give it earlier. But what's the margin in the South African game?
Yeah, I was
commit.
torn. I know. You boys are saying big margins, but I do think like maybe potentially some of the combinations could be new. But I think if you just look at how star-studded the backline is and the power of the forwards, so I'm going to say South Africa by 65.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was leaning as well. Yeah. And Riza will put you on the probably the best, they're leaving the best games for last for us this weekend, really teasing us this weekend, even though they are big games, but they are going to be quite interesting to watch. Australia, Fiji. How do you see that one?
Oh, man, you've given me... Sure. I'll tell you what, I want to go with Fiji, but I think that Australia probably takes some heart from that first win, and I think Fiji will be quite demoralized. So I'm going to go Aussies by 10.
Yeah, I like that. Also agree. I think Aussies will just be too much. I think they've grown. They would have taken out of that Georgia win, and I still think that the higher if you want to call them tier one, because I think Fiji might still even be above Australia. I haven't seen the last rankings, but I still think when it comes down to the crunch, at everything equal, these teams at this level, the better the team wins, right? And then England, Japan, Riza, as I say, it's 22 points. I'm calling in England 10-15. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I actually think I'm going to go with an England by 20.
Ooh, close to the. Yeah, you think you build on that win against Arge? You saw enough there. They weren't.
Yeah, I'm actually. It's more about the Japanese at this point. I think that they aren't actually playing the rugby that they should be at the moment. So yeah, I think it's more down
So,
to their performance.
yeah, fair enough. It could be. We got on the bet. Yeah, I'm just gonna say I think it should be 15. So I'm taking the points there on the betting angle. But yeah, I agree with you there. I see some of the comments, guys. Yeah, Josh and Mario, they want us to talk about Marcus' injury. We didn't. I hadn't. I'll be honest. I have been busy all day. I hadn't picked up on that. Just before we end off, does anyone want to comment on it? How is he injured? What's going on there, guys? Because I don't know. So fill me in there as well. What's going on there?
We don't know, right? That's the issue. He's kind of gone off for scans and stuff for an undisclosed injury, so it's all being kept a bit hushed at the moment, which is not great.
I think the last headline I saw was that apparently it's being touted as minor, but what minor means, in the context of a World Cup is a minor could be 2 weeks out for something, so, and that's quite a lot. But yeah, look, I mean, keep. I'm sure StevieP, he's going to keep us updated.
Yeah, absolutely.
And just keep following the channel, guys. You'll see it here as soon as we know anything. Yeah.
Just quickly, I'm interested. What did this happen in the game? I didn't see it. And what is the injury? Do we know what parts of the body? Do we not know anything at this stage?
I think it's something a knee, I believe. I think it's a suspected ACL something.
All right, guys. Thank you very much. I thoroughly enjoyed that. Brings us to the end. Now we're looking forward to another weekend of no matter who's playing. We love it. We always will. And yeah, thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. Guys, please join into the boys. StevieP will be in France. So exciting for them and for the channel. Loads of stuff going on around the channel. Give Wes support
France,
on
Uruguay tomorrow night.
France. Are you on? Or who's doing the watch along tomorrow?
Yeah, Rudy's doing France, Uruguay.
Join Rudes on the watch along tomorrow, and obviously across the channel there will be fan cams and pre-shows and gears for the boys. And
don't forget to make your predictions and your Super Brew and fantasy. Do all those things.
And thanks to BOYLESPORTS, our sponsors, to get on board with us for this journey. If you fancy signing up, get a sign-up bonus with the link in the channel as well. But thank you, everyone. Thanks for joining. And yeah, guys, we'll see you all soon. Cheers.
Thanks, Chrissy. Appreciate it. Cheers, guys.
And we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. And guess what, people? I am live, but not live from the studio. Live from the mobile studio, which is why things might sound and look a little bit different. So please do bear with us for the next couple of weeks because, yeah, we are on the road. And if I were to take this camera and walk down the road, I'll be showing you Bordeaux. So, for the first time ever, we are coming to you from international waters, so to speak. But, yeah, it's very exciting. It's our first ever watch-along with us actually being overseas at the event where the event is. And we've got some braggers tonight, a little bit of Friday night rugby. New Zealand versus Namibia coming your way. And then this weekend, we've got a pretty stacked weekend. I'll be with you guys tomorrow night as well as Sunday night. But the important thing and the exciting thing is that on Sunday, South Africa versus Romania, we will be doing live crossings. We'll be at the stadium. We'll be bringing you guys to the press conferences over the weekend. So we're about to take our World Cup coverage to a completely different level over the course of this weekend. So to everybody who's been subscribing over the past, getting involved in the channel, thank you. Big thank you to you guys. Had an absolutely mental day. I'm absolutely exhausted. Had about 2 hours of sleep on the plane. We got to Bordeaux today at about 11ish. Had to go to the stadium, had to get our accreditation sorted, had to pick up our tickets for tomorrow, all our photography stuff. And then we went to spend a bit of time in Bordeaux, walking around and stuff like that. You'll see there's an Evan Etzebeth update, which is actually filmed outside the stadium. Now we're busy working on some of the stuff that we did today, editing everything, making sure that we can get all that content out to you guys. So, yeah, it's going to be a really cool month of build-up. So, please jump in the comments and give us any suggestions of things you'd like to see while we are over here, apart from the usual sort of programming and stuff like that, which will continue as normal. We had Rouge last night on what I believe was a very good game between France and Uruguay. I believe that Uruguay put in quite a good fight, which is cool to see. Unfortunately, I was on the plane, we had no Wi-Fi, so I couldn't watch the game, so I need to try and catch up on that. But then tonight, we've got the All Blacks taking on the northern neighbours of Namibia, who are a spirited team, but not a team that are really going to challenge the All Blacks, are they? I mean, they can try their best. They can really try and give a good count in themselves, but they're not going to win tonight, are they? But in terms of the teams, we're going through them a little bit. I'm going to show you both the All Blacks as well as the Namibia team. A couple of changes for Namibia. Lots of changes for the All Blacks, including Damian McKenzie at 10, which is always going to be a lot of fun. So we're going to look at the New Zealand side in a little bit, and we're going to talk about it in the build-up. But I want to know, first of all, I want you guys to do a bit of a check-in. I want you to let you know where you guys are watching from, how your week's been, and also who you guys supporting tonight. You know, are we all looking to see if the All Blacks can end their losing streak of 2 matches? Can they turn it around, for example? How emphatically can they turn it around? And can Namibia just cause something a bit special? You know, not necessarily win, but scoring a couple of tries, maybe make them panic a little bit, maybe lead the game at some point. Let me know what you think would be a good outing for Namibia itself. But before we do that, and kick off in just about 24 minutes, let's have a look at exactly how New Zealand are lining up tonight. Right, so that is your New Zealand side for tonight. Kickoff is in 20 minutes, people, so you've still got a bit of time to vote in our poll. I think a couple of people are taking the piss a little bit, with 30% of the poll actually backing Namibia to get the job done tonight, which I don't foresee happening, but we might as well enjoy it. So where are we, guys, with the game? What for me would be a good what for you would be a good result for Namibia? What would be an acceptable response for them after what happened in a week ago when they played against Italy and they got hammered a little bit? Italy, very good side. New Zealand, a bit of a rotated side, and yet still getting the job done pretty well. Well, you expect the job to get the job done quite well. So in terms of the Namibian side, we'll look at them. There are a couple of changes that Asu Kutsia has made. He has brought in a new hooker. He has brought in a bit of a center. Sorry, I think a lock to a flank to lock as a change, and then another change inside center as well. So there's a couple of changes for the Namibians, which is probably expected. It's interesting to see in terms of Asu Kutsia how he sort of manages the squad. Does he, for example, name a stronger side for the last two games? You know, Italy, New Zealand, he's got France next weekend. They've never won a World Cup match, which means that, you know, that Uruguay game has got to be the target game, the game that they really want to win, the game that they're targeting to try and get the job done. That needs to be their sort of priority, and it'll be interesting to see how much they focus on that game versus how much they don't want to be completely embarrassed by the likes of New Zealand, France, Italy, you know, these tier 1 nations. So it's a bit of a juggling act for Alistair Coetzee, and he has made a couple of changes, but he's kept majority of the same sort of very strong side. And I think a lot of that is to try and sort of save, not necessarily save face, but also it's an interesting sort of aspect to these sort of games, these tier 2 games like in Namibia's, for example, is the fact that they don't play against tier 1 nations very often. And so when they do, and that's what Alistair Coetzee has alluded to, you know, they've got to take advantage of it. They've got to look at this as practice and building. And that's an interesting thing where for tier 1 nations, the Rugby World Cup is the end game. You know, it's what they prepare for years. It's what they target to do well in. And it's a very different environment, a different sort of tournament for your tier 2 nations. It's what they aim to qualify for. So in that respect, it is their end game in terms of they have to get there and they really want to get there. But in terms of once they're there, a lot of it comes down to experiencing the level and helping them prepare for the future, so they can eventually become, you know, on par with tier 1 nations, for example. They can sort of warrant the funding that tier 1 nations get if they can put in some big performances. So it's a very different sort of type of attitude when it comes towards to the different sort of tiers. The way they sort of approach the World Cup games and stuff like that. So, yo, let me know what you think would be a decent score for Namibia. Julian Lemes already put in a score prediction. He said New Zealand 60, Namibia 27. So I think Namibia will be very chuffed with a result like that. Putting 27 points past the All Blacks side would be impressive and worth celebrating if you ask me. So hopefully we're going to see Namibia do something a bit like that. But we'll have to wait and see. But in terms of the Namibians that will be taken to the field, we're going to look at them in just a moment. So a couple of changes. And if you are a South African rugby fan, you'll recognize quite a few names. So a lot of them obviously play their rugby in South Africa, like sort of Tian Swana, Paul Divan Rousseau, Luke van der Westhuizen, to name a few. And for Namibia to ever be really, truly competitive, they need a lot more probably playing down here in South Africa, playing at URC level, playing at the very least Currie Cup Premiership level, so they can get that kind of experience when they go and they play for Namibia against all these sort of teams that they're kind of used to playing at this level, which is only going to happen with more sort of exposure to Namibia rugby, with more sort of opportunity for them to come play down here and to get scouted and stuff like that. So it's very much a long building process. For the All Blacks, it's about them going out tonight and actually really putting them to bed pretty early. It's about them reminding people of just what they can do and just what they have been doing over the past few months, which they haven't done in the past sort of 3 to 4 weeks. They just lost 2 games in a row. They don't often do that. So there is a lot riding on this game with regards to making a statement performance. The problem they've got is it doesn't matter what kind of statement performance, even if they put like 140 points on Namibia, people will just sort of dismiss it as, well, it's against Namibia. You couldn't do it against France, couldn't do it against the Springboks. So all of a sudden, this New Zealand side is being doubted. And look, I always say, doubt, write New Zealand off at your own peril. They're a quality side. They've won so many World Cups. They know how to win this tournament. But they haven't played rugby the last 2 weeks that makes them worthy of being thought of as tournament champions, for example, as major contenders, or being thought of as one of the best sides in the world. So until they go out and put in a big performance against a major nation, there's going to still be that doubt. And look, at the end of the day, they go to the quarterfinals, they beat France, for example, they probably become the favorites in the tournament. But until then, they've got to just keep building on what they've been getting, on where they've been getting better the last few months, and try and basically put the last 2 results behind them. And you can't ignore them, but sort of just suggest that they didn't play particularly well, that the lessons have been learned, but that they're better than that. They've managed to actually pick themselves up, and that those 2 results are going to be anomalies, in the future, and not the norm. You've got to try and prove that you were beaten twice, but that you've learned, you've progressed, and you've actually moved on from that, and that you're going to be able to respond. If you don't do that, then people will continue to sort of doubt you and continue to sit there saying, well, we actually don't think you can win the tournament. And look, I think they'll believe that they can. I don't think they'll be lacking of confidence, but belief, mindset, the way it plays to the media, it all does count in the end. It all does contribute towards on-field performances. You can't deny that it doesn't. And so it'll definitely still be a major part of the All Black psyche to make sure that they respond very well from those last 2 results. So in terms of the brave Namibians that will be taken on New Zealand, let's have a look at who they are, shall we? Namibia, which is an interesting one for Alistair Garcia, really trying to give his side the best possible chance to try and match up with the All Blacks physically, which even with a 6-2 split, I think obviously becomes very difficult, but that's probably, your best chance of trying to match the power game that New Zealand can bring. So we're going to look at a couple of facts and figures regarding this game, and they've actually not played each other too often, just the two meetings previously, which means there's not a lot of data on what's happened in the past between these two, but yeah, it's not been pretty when they have met. So if we look at the stats for the two teams here, let's have a look at the head-to-head. So they've met each other twice, and once in 2019 and once in 2015, both in Rugby World Cup games. New Zealand has won both occasions. In 2019, the score was 71 points to 9, 62-point margin, whilst 2015 was a bit closer, 58 points to 14. That was at the Olympic Stadium in London in the pool phases there. So yeah, it's not a lot. It's not. They haven't had a lot of games. If you look at some of the Optus stats, for example, we'll go through them over here, and it says, yeah, this is just the third meeting between New Zealand and Namibia in Test Rugby. All Blacks have won those two first games. If we look at New Zealand, for example, New Zealand have lost 2 of their last 3 Rugby World Cup fixtures, as many as they had lost in their previous 30 matches. However, the All Blacks have lost back-to-back matches just once in the edition of the tournament, semi-final and third place in 1999. So this is the first time since 1999 that they've lost back-to-back games in the World Cup. Namibia, however, have lost each of their 23 matches in Rugby World Cup history. No other nation has played as many games and without having won a game. It's not a stat you really want, is it? But New Zealand New Zealand side have already suffered their first ever loss in a Rugby World Cup pool stage, and they used to have a 100% win record in Rugby World Cup pools. They're now sitting with 97, 31 out of 32, and this is a pretty interesting stat. That should New Zealand defeat Namibia, it will be their 50th win at the Rugby World Cup. They'll be the first nation to reach a half century of victories in the tournament. 43 are the only other team to have recorded 40 plus wins as well. Namibia last weekend missed 42 tackles against Italy, the most by any team in the tournament this year, while New Zealand missed just 16 against France. Only Italy with 12, Argentina with 12, and Ireland with 11 have missed fewer across the opening weekend. So literally the worst defense next to one of the best defense from the opening weekend. And players to watch out for: Namibia's Johan Daisel is one of the 10 players to make a tournament high 3 successful offloads. So watch out for him when he does get his hands on the ball. Whilst New Zealand Bowden Barrett is one of just 3 players to sit with a kick in the opening round of World Cup. Maxime Luca did, as well as Amani Libok. Sam Whitelock, he was featuring. He's winning his 148th cap for New Zealand, and he's moved level with Richie McCaw as the joint most capped player in All Blacks history. Only Alan Jones with 170 has more than Sam Whitelock, as well as Richie McCaw. So very, very big moment for Sam Whitelock tonight. The teams are out and the anthems are underway, and interestingly, that there was obviously a press release that came out talking about the anthems and what was going to happen with the anthems with regards to the singing of the anthems, and teams were given the option of potentially using a different version to what the version they were using with the choirs that happened last weekend. Apparently, they had re-recorded versions with adding boosting of instrumental, for example, and making the choir less dominant. And teams were having to basically approve their version of the national anthem for this weekend. So, yeah, the anthems will be a bit different to last weekend, which I think is probably a good thing. I don't think it was really working, was it? It's harsh on the kids, but at the end of the day, this is an international showpiece, and we can't be sitting there with dreadful anthems, which kind of just ruin what is usually one of the most iconic aspects of the game in terms of the anthems being sung at the start. So last chance to get your score predictions into the comments. Please do smash like on the video, by the way. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. We are past 43,000 subscribers. Would love to get to 45,000 by the end of the weekend. We've obviously still got a BOK game coming up on Sunday that Wes will be with you guys, and we're going to be doing crossing and stuff like that, so that's going to be a lot of fun. So make sure you subscribe to the channel if you are new, so you can go and check that out on Sunday. We've got all our watch-alongs tomorrow. I'm going to be with you guys for the late game. I think it's Cullen and Wes who will be looking after you again tomorrow as well. So keep an eye out for their watch-alongs and go and show them their support. And again, what I was asking earlier is let me know if you have any suggestions, requests. We are in France currently. I'm literally broadcasting out of a B&B in Bordeaux. And we want to know what kind of content you'd like to see whilst we're out here. Do you have any ideas? Do you have any requests and stuff like that? Are you out here? If you are, jump in, just pop us a mail. There's a couple of people who have let us know they're coming to the Tonga game, for example. We're going to hopefully try and meet up with them over there in Marseille. So if you are in France, let me know and let's go for a beer. Let's meet up. Let's go have an interview. It'll be very, very cool to sort of connect with some of our subscribers on the ground. So I'm going to go to some of the score predictions. And Rudy's comment, Vinyl, says New Zealand 18, Namibia 33. Ron Mulligan saying New Zealand 65, Namibia 9. Spanky's going 73 to Namibia and saying he likes the split. Spanky says that Namibia is the little brother for real. Yeah, I think also the Africans are probably behind the Namibians tonight and really sort of backing the underdog. Robbie Johnston said New Zealand haven't lost their last 2 World Cup games. They lost their last game, and before that they beat the Wales for the 3rd place medal. Well, I'll speak to Opta about that. Because, yeah, that's the stat they've got. And to be fair, I usually back Opta. But that is what they said. Oh, no, to be fair, it's not the last 2. It's they've lost 2 in their last 3 Rugby World Cup games. So obviously they lost the semi-final to England before beating Wales. So it's 2 in the last 3, not the last 2 in a row, is the official stat there. Penny Lane says the game, I'm neutral, and Robbie's going New Zealand 14, Namibia 13, going a little bit smaller there. As Namibia goes to the halfway line to face the haka out over there from the middle. So kickoff is in about 2 minutes' time. As I said, last opportunity for you guys to get your score predictions in. And as we've seen, the haka now from Aaron Smith to start with a bit of a huddle, and he's got a sword basically in hand. Looks a bit like a paddle, really. I think in fact it could be a paddle. I mean, no, I was just generally not sure what it is supposed to be. But yes, so they are about to start the haka here. Aaron Smith leading it as he typically does. And here we go. So action in Toulouse happening in just a few minutes as the haka is currently underway. And yeah, is anybody who is Namibian, for example? I know last week we had quite a few Namibians in the chat showing their support in that Italy game. So and Wes was doing that. I was very surprised by the number of Namibian support he had in the comments. So let me know if you are from Namibia, if you are a Namibia supporter. Let me know and I'll give you a bit of a shout out there in the chat. If you are a New Zealand fan, then let me know as well. You know, how many sort of affiliated people do we have in the chat here, or are we just talking about a lot of neutrals who are just watching a bit of Friday night rugger? As Penny Lane, for example, saying earlier that she's a neutral. So are we all neutrals here, or some of us actually have our affiliations? Right, there it is. The haka is finished, and we will have kickoff very, very shortly. Not the biggest stadium in Toulouse, 33,000. Quite a nice closed stadium, quite close to the field, for example. So yeah, it should be quite a nice little atmosphere inside there. And you may be playing in their white kit, New Zealand in their black kit. Last bit of water and stuff. By the way, water breaks are in effect for this weekend. So there will be water breaks come the 20-minute mark for all games across the weekend because of the heat in France. And I must admit, being on the ground, I can verify that it has not been cool. It's been very, very warm over here. And yeah, I was sweating a lot to do walking around the streets of Bordeaux earlier. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me, and definitely not going to complain or say that there's no justification for the water breaks because it is quite warm. But yeah, so we're about 1 minute past 9, so we're running slightly late. There's an overhead of the stadium. It's a beautiful stadium down there in Toulouse. Stadium TFC, Stadium Toulouse. So Toulouse is the name of it. Right, Tian's wonderful. Important player in the Lions fly half. And I think Namibia will be receiving kickoff. New Zealand with ball in hand. Sam Whitelock, the joint second most capped player of all time. And we're just moments away. That's the last shot to give you score predictions here. Alan going New Zealand 82, Namibia 9. Penny saying from Europe. Chris saying from Swakopmund in Namibia, but I'm South African. Well, close enough. You can be an honorary Namibian for tonight. And yeah, New Zealand will be playing left to right. Namibia receiving kickoff. David McKenzie with ball in hand. Which way is he going to go? They're going to go down the right, down the left, down the middle. Just waiting for the referee to blow his whistle, and then we will be underway. Friday Night Rugby. It's been a week, almost to the second, since the Rugby World Cup did kick off. Since then, we've had 9 matches. We've had a couple of very spirited performances. Not too many upsets just yet. But some really, really exciting games. And let's hope that this one lives up to the billing as well. As Damien, sorry, I think Bowden Barrett actually gets us back underway down the left-hand side. A good take and carry coming from Richard Hardwick. And immediately Terence Wonderful back in the pocket. They do go to him. He's got plenty of time to try and find a good clearance. He hammers that upfield. Doesn't find touch. It forces the hands of Damian McKenzie. Goes inside to Bowden Barrett. Bowden Barrett a couple of options. Flings it away there to Caleb Clark. Goes back into the side. Quick ball here for Cameron Roygaard. Yeah, starting here. McKenzie ball over the top towards Caleb Clark. So there's Stefan Galuka actually on that left wing there. Eventually brought down by the halfway line. Quick ball here for Roygaard. Whitelock at first receiver, Damian McKenzie. Very, very good read coming on Brody Retallick. And I think it was, it could have been the captain actually from Namibia. Johan Daisel, he made that read. Now a bit of space down the outside. Comes back inside. There's Caleb Clark. He's still going. Eventually brought down. Solid tackle coming from Prince Josep. Damian McKenzie off for Tunga Fasti going himself. And Aranis, sorry, Torsten van Jaarsma going to get that ball, but missing it. They go on the right hand side onto the All Blacks. Spins away from one. Still going Dennis Brown. Eventually brought down. Namibia shaking Namibia defense. Already looking a little bit too narrow at the moment. New Zealand finding a lot of space out wide. Now, Bowden Barrett goes to the boot. And it's been taken very well by Les Fanganuko. And it's a wraparound coming in from David Avili, who steps back inside. As the All Blacks go to 22. Pick up and go coming from Les Fanganuko. He's still going inside ball. Well, that didn't take very long. And this is a try for Cam Roygaard. And the shaky Namibia defense, the worst defense in the tournament last weekend, has taken only less than 2 minutes to be penetrated, and pretty poorly by that. And I think that could be a bit of an ominous sign. It was far, far too easy, and it already felt, as soon as they got the ball in hand, like it was going to be a matter of time until they did score. Well, they're over. It's Cam Roygaard, the 22-year-old, who I've been very impressed with. I keep saying this. I look at Cam Roygaard, and I personally think that I prefer what I've seen from him than what I've seen from Finley Christie. And I think that he could be something quite special, to be honest. And David McKenzie says, no issue whatsoever. He has the extra 2. The flags go up and New Zealand open up a very early 7-0 lead. And it's a good cross kick, good take there from Stefan Ganuka. And the wraparound coming from David Avili back inside. And then a bit of space, pick up and go. Slip tackle, Ganuka gets past 2. Ball back inside to Roygaard. And he's basically untouched as he goes over. Didn't even take them 2 minutes. And that look of distress in Namibia kind of says it all, whilst Cam Roygaard doesn't even bother celebrating. As Charles go in his international career, I don't think he'll have too many as easy as that. Deep restart here for Namibia. Good chase there from Bowden Barrett. He gets it away to, I think he gets the ball away to Whitelock. Whitelock to Dunga Fasti. And space down the middle here. David Avili kicks back inside. Is they going to stay in touch? No, it's going to go out in the full. So he'll go all the way back to just outside 22. Not the worst idea coming from the centre there. Just not the best execution. And immediately from the kickoff, New Zealand finding a bit of space out left. So, I mean, as you could see, I spoke about this. He spoke about the fact that, that they use the width very well and that they need to make sure that they can't get caught too narrow. And that's exactly what's already happened in the opening minutes here. So, Torsten van Jaarsma goes over to the top. It's a good take, though. Wrapping around and a couple of options here. Very, very nice line being run. Brilliant line being run by the man that come into the lineup. at Laruma line, and they're up to the 22. So very impressive start there for the centre. However, looks like the ball could have been turned over. No big counter ruck coming in. It is available there for Damien Stevens. Ball back, it goes off the boot. As Tian Swanepoel tries to chip it ahead. So Namibia managed to get back after it came off the boot. I think it was off Sam Whitelock. Back inside. Solid carry there from Prince Gaseb. Big tackle coming on Tuji Unavi. Now Tian Swanepoel spots a bit of space down the right hand side. Again to the 22 Namibia. Much better from Namibia. And penalty for not running away here against Leicester. Well, I think it's actually against Sam Whitelock. So there's an opportunity for Namibia to come to the corner. It's inside the 22. No point going for 3 points at the end of the day. You're not winning this game with 3 points if you're Namibia. You're probably not winning this game anyway. So the only thing you've got to do here is be confident. Try and score some tries. Try and get under their skin a little bit. Try and make them, I won't say panic, but just sort of rough them up a little bit. Michael de Kock going 115-0. Bonjour, everyone. Hope you're well. Look like you've been to the dentist. Good jokes. Yes, I have actually. Unfortunately, no cosmetic work, as you'd probably notice. But yes, less than 48 hours before I decided to fly out, my entire tooth decided to crumble. It's a very good line out there from Namibia as they go short, looking to try and set the rolling more, and it looks pretty well set to be fair to them. Try and spin towards the left-hand side though. It can't be drawn in as Torsten van Jaarsveld, who eventually goes down to ground. The ball should be available though, is available. About 10 meters out. Nice carry there coming from Daisel. Quick ball here for Stevens. And the ball's been knocked forward. Now RCB throws it out wide. Numbers here for New Zealand. This could get messy. Bowden Barrett's got a lot of green grass ahead of him. Tian Swanepoel's going to cut him off. He's got a lot of All Blacks options. He goes through the butcher. Who's got the pace? Damien McKenzie might have the pace. Damien McKenzie might have gotten there, by the way. If he has, then that is very good pace. But questionable defense from Namibia. This could be horrible. Gershon Mouton has gone, but is chased back. But I think, or Damien McKenzie, to be fair, doesn't look very confident. So I think he just missed this out. Otherwise, this could have been disaster for Namibia, considering they were on the 5 meter, looking pretty good to score, and all of a sudden they're going to go back and check, and they might have just gone the length of the field here as New Zealand. Although Damien McKenzie doesn't look particularly confident. Great turn of pace for Damien McKenzie, and he touched the yards. It's lost forward. He gets it down, but before the line, so it'll be lost forward. So it'll be a 5 meter scrum here for Namibia. You can see he wasn't particularly confident, was Damien McKenzie. He wasn't celebrating. He even shook his head. He said he wasn't sure. And so Namibia will survive that scare. So it'll be a scrum for Namibia, which is not necessarily a good thing for them. Obviously better than a try. But first scrum of the day, this will be an early opportunity for New Zealand to really try and put the hammer down at scrum time, at set piece time, assert their dominance, and start to really sort of thrive when it comes to set pieces. The best teams in the world have always got a good set piece, and the All Blacks have always been so devastatingly dangerous off set piece. And this is going to be an opportunity for them to sort of give a bit of a go at Namibia. It won't be their scrum. So it won't be completely dominant, but I don't think that matters. I think Sam Whitelock, Brady Metallic in that second row. A lot of power coming through in that tight 5. So this is going to be a big test, Jeff, for the likes of Jason Bernardo, who's come back to the side, and Iran's Katsir. Big scrum coming from New Zealand. Big scrum. And they've actually turned it over, and they've gone to Cameron. Oh my goodness, he's got a brace. He's got a brace. That is the power I mentioned. They've absolutely hammered Namibia back. They've turned the ball over, and all that Artie Sevilla had to do there was pop it up to Cameron Roygard. He's spun in the tackle, and he's gone over. And the 22-year-old, well, he's got 2 tries, and the clock's only just ticked up 7 minutes. This could be a very, very long evening for Namibia. Look at the power there. Absolutely mental from New Zealand. Pops it up. Yeah, sells the dummy. And Damien Stevens has got to do better there at the end of the day. Yeah, it's far too easy. Far too easy. And yeah, I mean, Damien Stevens has bought that dummy hook, line, and sinker, really. Slayer 2000 says this looks like the worst thing that could have happened to New Zealand, playing a team that makes them reinforce their negative habits. Yeah, it is always difficult when you play against kind of teams because you get reward from things you wouldn't usually get reward from. And you don't necessarily have to play. First of all, you don't have to play to your basic abilities to usually win, and you don't have to necessarily play to your game plan to win either. So it is always a very difficult one in terms of trying to execute a strategy against a team where you don't actually need it to necessarily win. I mean, they've barely gotten out of first gear. Dan McKenzie has just put them. No, he's missed that. So they're going to be 12 points to nil after 8 minutes. So at this stage, the 100s were on track with regards to a scoring per minute ratio. And yet they've yet to play phenomenal rugby. It's just been that easy for them. Cameron got 2 tries, 8 minutes, and not a good time to be a Namibian fan. Deep restart. And straight to McKenzie takes a bit of time, and he will find touch. I think that's an interesting thing, I mean, situations like that. It's a great touch finder, by the way. New Zealand have got to look at this as training. This has got to be preparation for them. So, yes, you can probably keep ball in hand more. You can probably take a lot of risks, and they'll probably play off, and you'll score a lot of points. But this needs to be a constructive exercise. This now needs to be for them, stick to a game plan. Stick to a game plan. Stick to a game plan. Should be working out. Yeah, not the most difficult of kicks, but should be able to slot this. It's about 20 meters inside on the left-hand side, or in from the left-hand side. So somebody on TN's one quality should have no issues, as he does. Right, so Namibia on the board, 12 points to 3. Again, the issue, I suppose if you're taking the 3 points last time, it would be 12 points to 6. Unfortunately, it's going to be 1 step forward, 2 steps back all the time because New Zealand will score tries. That is what they will do throughout the rest of the game. That's not even a that's a given. That's not me. That's not even pessimistic. That's me just telling a fact, basically. Penalty here, by the way, for Namibia as well, taking the man out of the area. So New Zealand discipline's costing them, and this is again where I think as a coach, I mean, as Ian Foster, you got to sit there and say, right, boys. Like, we've got to be better here. You can't be conceding all these penalties, for example, from a discipline point of view. It's a training exercise. It's a training exercise. So to concede silly penalties is very, very poor. Michael DeCock, 153. No. You can't change your prediction. You didn't predict Namibia to get 3 points. You can't change it now. You got to sort of stand by your convictions there. No changing it after new information has been presented. Come now. Big shove. Huge shove. But Damon's team managed to get outside. He pams it down to Divan Rousseau. He's doing pretty well, by the way. Divan Rousseau still going. Right against the touchline, though. And he's been bundled out of touch. It was a nice carry. Sorry about my... I go to Mouton, not to Divan Rousseau. A couple of nice steps in there before they'd eventually been bundled into touch. Just gets inside. Very good tackle there. And then it's Argentina. He gets away for support. And between Argentina and Leicester Fanganuko, just bundling him in touch. The field is also pretty wet. So he slid quite a lot on the ground itself. Looks pretty slippery out there with the rain that is around. Good line out there from New Zealand. Samasoni Takawari doesn't always start. Really rarely starts. Controlling things at the back. Dane Coles is replacing off the bench. No Cody Taylor this weekend. And it's been stopped. And now been knocked on. And now a penalty eventually comes for the All Blacks. Took a bit of a while for UPS to make a decision. And eventually I think it's actually offside. No collapse in the more is the call. And I can tell you right now, there's one thing that New Zealand will not be doing is that they will not be taking the 3 points. They'll be kicking us to touch. Absolutely guaranteed. This is a training ground session now for them. They need to go through the processes. They need to go and work on their set moves and their lineouts. And Beauden Barrett will kick to touch. As New Zealand to look to try and score their third try in less than 15 minutes. And they've got a Sam Whitelock at the front of the lineout. Now on the left-hand side, it's also spinning apart a little bit. Namibia desperately trying to stop it. But this is pretty well set here from the All Blacks. Torsten van Jaarsveld, penalty advantage as well. They do use it. Cameron goes to and now David McKenzie, ball over the top on the bounce to Beauden Barrett. Is he going to have the pace? Is he going to have the pace? Steps inside. It's Caleb Clark. Now pick up and go from Leicester Fanganuko. Another penalty advantage there for Namibia. I reckon their card could be loading. Rory Guard to McKenzie. McKenzie wants to go himself. McKenzie sees a bit of space. Pops it up to Duncan. Doesn't go to the hand. Now ball comes across. And they're going to go back for the penalty. A couple of penalties here for New Zealand. Crawling, I think, is the decision there from the referee. Right, so once again, going to the corner here on New Zealand, we hit to the 15-minute mark. Where's our ref off here? He's got checking a bit of the blood here, I think, on Damian Stevens. So it'll be a bit of break and play here. So what do you make of these first 50 minutes, apart from the fact that it's been pretty one-sided, unfortunately, and yeah, some people predicting 100 points. Yeah, at one stage, they slowed down really, New Zealand, because they scored 2 tries in the first 8 minutes. It's been 7 minutes since then, they haven't scored a third. However, they are very much on the brink once again, and the rate they're going, they could get up to a bonus point within 25 minutes. So it's going to be a long night ahead for the Namibians, who have been a bit more spirited in the last sort of 6 to 7 minutes. The question is, how long can that last? Can they really keep it up, or is it going to be a spirited 7 to 8 minutes and then a demolition? It's a good take there from Brodie Retallick. On the 5-meter line, going forward here. This is going to be try time. Samasoni took a while. Easy as you like. Over he goes. A bit like Cam Roy got first. He won't have too many easier finishes than that. Just gets behind his pack. His pack's doing all the work, and all he does is go down underneath it. Huge work being done in the front of the pack there. Try number 3 for New Zealand. Within 70 points within 17 minutes. And New Zealand at the moment look like every single time they get into the 22, they're going to score. Good take there from Brodie Retallick. Yeah, it's far too easy. I mean, Samasoni Takawari, I could have scored the try at the back of that more. Not good scenes here for Namibia. Not good at all. We're gonna have a look here. Actually, we might have obstruction. So The Namibians might yet survive another scare. So we're having a check here to see about potential obstruction. And it is obstruction from the looks of it. It looks like Tunga Fasi and Sam Watchalong close the gate on Brody Vitale before he gets down, which means the Namibia players have no chance to be able to reach him, which is obstruction. He has to be the first contact has to be on the man with the ball as he comes down. So no try is the call. Obstruction, penalty Namibia. There we go. The Namibians survive. For how much longer, who knows? But they do survive. And Tian Swanepoel will be able to kick this further down the field, get themselves out of a bit of trouble. Right, so Namibia not out of danger yet. That's out 22. Torsten van Jaarsveld getting the ball. Make sure it's nice and dry. Yeah, front of the line. It's a good take though from Namibia. Are they going to try and keep the running more? Get it out. They are looking to set the running more. They've been trying that all game so far. Not to too much success. And eventually Stevens arrives. Goes to the boot. Lifts high in the air for Gershon Mouton to chase. Put a bit of pressure up on David McKenzie. Right against touchline. Passes back at DeBoden Barrett. He's caught early and looks like a bit of a... Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. His foot's the other direction. That looks horrible. All the players, they can't believe it. They're looking away. Their scrum caps are off. That is a horrendous injury. Goodness me. Literally, the players are all walking away. They can't look. He turned around and his entire foot is the wrong direction. Ugh, that was horrible, by the way. Absolutely horrible. You could see from the players, all of them, hands on their head. Players were walking away. Players couldn't look at that. That is a horrible, horrible. That's an absolute horror injury. Whoever this is, that'll be his tournament done because that looks absolutely brutal. We don't need to see replays. We don't want to see replays from that. That is a horrible, horrible injury. It's going to take a while to get right. You don't want to move him too quickly. But that looks like a broken ankle. At least one of the worst sprains you'll see. But when a player's leg comes up and his foot's supposed to be facing that way and it's facing that way, that's not fun. That's not a good look either. That was horrible. I'm trying to get clarity on who the player is. But that was a horrible, horrible moment to watch. Yeah, so the replacement players are already warming up. He knows he's about to get a 63-minute run out. Players have gone for the water break. So he will take it. And this is probably maybe a good time in Namibia. Obviously, they lost a player, so the worst possible moment and reason to do it. But they've actually been a little bit better in the last 7 minutes. They have managed to keep out New Zealand. And the longer New Zealand will go without scoring, the more Namibia will grow in confidence. And I'll sit there saying, well, you know what? They're not out of touch yet. And yes, just keep trying to go over. If you get another 3 points, Just keep ticking it over, and see how close you can get. See how many points you can get. Just try and make it competitive, really, at the end of the day. And yeah, still no sign of getting back to play. As I'm not sure who the injured player is. But yeah, oxygen's on the field. The medics are all on the field. And it's going to take a while to be able to get him off because, that is an absolute horror injury. Right, what are we saying here? Sharina says, should be a walk in the park museum. Power Haven Gaming says, yo man, thanks so much for being number one with the Watchalong. This is almost better than watching because you're the best. Just a question, which team had the injury that was bad? Namibia, sorry, it is a Namibian player who is down. Very much appreciate the compliment, by the way. It is a Namibian player, so yeah, it's just reminds me. I don't know if anybody watched that injury at Grey College. I think I was still at school, so that must have been about 10 years ago now. Showing off my age a little bit. But he turned, and like his entire leg was basically like 90 degrees. Like it was horrible. And one of the props, this massive tight head prop, took one look and she was holding back, like he almost threw up. Like that's how hectic it was. It looks like he has finally been gotten off the field there, so he'll be on oxygen and stuff like that. And yeah, I'm trying to try and confirm the injury here. I thought it was Leroux Milan. He had such a nice start to the game as well. He came into the game, into the lineup, and he's gone off now. So JC Khailing comes on, and a 6-2 split, by the way, for Namibia, so that's not good news for them at all. But the main thing is thoughts go at Leroux Milan, and hopefully it's a bad sprain, but yeah, his foot was just the wrong way there. And yeah, I'm still, my stomach's still in a bit of knots sort of watching that. So when we resume, it'll be a scrum for the All Blacks. And as the game had to be stopped so the injury could be treated. And yeah, the golf cart is loaded, and it looks like Leroux Milan will leave the field and go straight to hospital. All the players applauding there, and yeah, also once again, good on the TV crews for not showing that, because that was, yeah, you don't want to be seeing that again. Bill Beaumont is there. Not one of the popular figures in world rugby. Mr. Chairman of the governing body. And yeah, applause all around the stadium as Leroux Milan leaves the park on a stretcher. Such a shame. He had that brilliant run, nice angle. He looked busy. He looked a busy player. He looked like he wanted to get involved. He was looking for work. Like the look of what I saw. He's a young player, 24 years old. Plays rugby in the USA for the New England Free Jacks. So yeah, it would have been. This is a moment to dream of, playing against New Zealand, the All Blacks, and the World Cup. I mean, the good news is he seems to be conscious. He's on oxygen, obviously. That ankle very heavily strapped as he goes off, but taking the time to get him off. And this is not very difficult as well for a side like Namibia. If you've just seen one of your teammates have an absolute horror injury, you've now got to try and reconcentrate and make sure that you start again well. Because it's so often when these things happen and it's on the back of your mind, you're not sitting there thinking like your mate, your roommate, for example, or or somebody you've known for a while. Thumbs up there from the player, so that's good to see. But he's in tears, he's in agony, and yeah, hopefully it's not as bad as it looked, because it looked absolutely dreadful. And thoughts go out to him, and hopefully he gets a speedy recovery. But Khailing is on in his place, so it'll be interesting to see if he goes into inside centre, we might see the captain Jan Daisel swap into inside centre. Cam Roygaard's got ball in hand as Lee Peters just monitors and makes sure that the golf cart is off the field. Time is back on. It will resume with a scrum for New Zealand, and important for New Zealand for Namibia to switch on immediately. That's a much better scrum for Namibia. Now comes a second shove from New Zealand. So ball available, but no penalty advantage. Much better initially, though, from Namibia. And that's a really good line break from David Avili. Pops the ball up for Brody Vitalik. If Avili hadn't lost his footing there, could have gone all the way through. Rush defense here. Numbers out wide. Jordan pass here. Comes back inside. Goes Dalton Papali'i. Up to 22, go New Zealand. Now Roygaard to McKenzie. McKenzie flat to Sam Whitelock. Counter coming. Roygaard to McKenzie. McKenzie popping up to Havili. Havili once again making a line break. Being brought down by Daisel, the captain. Roygaard to McKenzie. McKenzie steps on the inside. Steps back inside. A little bit lateral. Eventually straightens. And is brought down. Quick ball from Roygaard to Lualala. Once again, rush defense. Oh my goodness, that's dirty. Oh, and that's filthy. And Delta Papali has got the pace. It's a great tackle from Mouton, but goodness me, the handling in that was absolutely mental. Just short now. There was offside, but so they'll go back for the offside with a knock on there. Luke Jacobson, by the way, so not Papali, that was almost in there. Take it quickly. Oh my goodness, Dave McKenzie's waltzed over. Oh, it's too easy. It's just far too easy for the All Blacks. Every single time Namibia started to look a little bit better, there's that one moment, and when they do score, I mean, they're taking it quickly. They've thrown it out to Dave McKenzie, who's just shifted to the left, gone down the right, straight over, dived into a pretty small Indian goal area, to be honest. But I mean, it's this pass initially. I don't know if it was Lala or Tunga Farsi, but that pass was mental. And Roygaard fires out to McKenzie. I tell you what, if you've got Cam Roygaard in your fantasy team, you're smiling. Man's got 2 tries and a try assist, and we're not even at the 20-minute mark. All right, McKenzie right in front of the poles as well to add 2 extra points to his personal tally of the match, which is now sitting at 9, whilst the All Blacks go up to 19 points to 3 after 20 minutes. So they're falling a little bit behind the scoring rate. They were once they're scoring more than a point a minute, so they're falling a little bit behind that. And yeah, Tian Swanepoel being stepped far too easily there. It's just too easy at the end of the day. You know, it's step in, step out, and that's the annoying thing. You know, it's not like they're even slipping tackles. They're just not even getting touched when they go over. They're not breaking a tackle. They're not running over Namibia necessarily. It's like playing touch rugby, and half the try was still being awarded because they're not even being touched. Just want to pull there with ball in hand. How did Namibia, and this is what I said about that injury, you know, you got to try and be able to reconcentrate. They go down the left-hand side, a slight variation from the kickoff, and Damien McKenzie goes pretty deep. It's a fantastic kick, actually. He finds a touch inside, well inside Namibia. That is phenomenal. He's found touch about 10 meters outside the 22. So he's putting Namibia right back under pressure with the defensive line out. David McKenzie's having a good game. Although it doesn't, for me, I always feel it doesn't really matter what David McKenzie does, because no matter what happens tonight, he won't play the major game. Richard Mwanga comes in immediately next weekend, or for the Italy game and for the playoffs. So, I mean, David McKenzie for me is such an X-Factor type player. He's a game changer. Maybe you don't necessarily start him, but I think you've always got to have him in the 23. He's a player that can do things that others can't. And it's stolen, by the way, from the All Blacks, and it's flung out towards the back line. David McKenzie coming from deep, goes it short to Havili. Havili out to Anton Leonard-Brown. Options here, ball over the top to Lester Fanganuko. Lester Fanganuko comes back inside. Oh my, thankfully it was a forward pass. I thought they just slipped the tackle, because that was absolutely dreadful. But the pass was forward, so they will go back for that just as well, or they could have been in some big trouble. Yeah, I can see that ball going very, very far forward. And I think, well, just as well, because if that was the genuine tackle from Devon or so, then he should actually just retire from rugby. That was that pitiful. I'm hoping he just pulled out because the whistle had gone. Because that was the genuine tackle attempt, then yeah, that is pretty shameful if it was. But I don't think it was. I think he pulled out because of the whistle, so we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, so there's bucketing down there in Toulouse. So Namibia scrum just outside the 22 on the right-hand side as we go into the final 20 minutes of the first half. Going nice and direct, there's Daisel. Better from Namibia, they've managed to find about 10 to 15 yards. Now Stevens goes to the boot. Chasing hard as Gershon Mouton, trying to put a bit of pressure on Les Fanganuko. He's brought down. The ball comes loose, which already pops it up to Tunga Farsi. He's made hard in the tackle on the 10-meter line. Much better defense from Namibia. Options down the left for New Zealand. They go to Lualala. It's a solid tackle. They're coming from Bianconardi. The ball's come loose, in fact. And they've dived on it. And a penalty. Oh, penalty for sealing against Namibia, which seems a bit harsh. Not sure I agree with that entirely, to be honest. They take it quickly here, trying to catch them unawares, and that's a great kick coming. I think it was Bowden Barry's to put that in. Yeah, it was Bowden Barry's put them inside the 22. And this spells trouble. We're talking about a bonus point try that could come within 25 minutes here. Samasoni Takawai walking down with purpose. He rances himself a bit of a brace before half an hour. Could very well be on the cards for a hat-trick. Him and Cam Roy got if this were to go well for Takawai. They go to the front of the line and they break it to Dalton Papali. Inside ball. Gets placed away from one. Is Stefan Ganuko. He's over. He's over. There's the bonus point try. Boys against men, unfortunately, out there. Fanganuko running the line, getting past one, and then carrying 3 over. As I said, it's a class. It's a difference in class, isn't it? At the end of the day, he still has so much to do. He gets past, bang, 1, and then there's 3 players, and they all can't bring him down in time, and that is poor. Really looking at that. Oh no, hang on. Almost lost the ball. Then he manages to regather it. And eventually goes over. But he's carried 3 players over with him. And you got to wonder about the tackle technique here. Gershon Mutar, not the worst position. Almost forced a knock on there, does Tian Swanepoel before he regathers. But that's 3 Namibian players. 1 flying All Black. Another try. And 24 points to 3. Well, they're once again catching up, scoring a point a minute, which means the 80 mark comes back into play very, very quickly. Now to McKenzie. And he'll take a personal tally up to 11. That's a great kick off. Oh, off the post. And off, actually. I thought it was curling in, but it's off the bar. So 24 points to 3 it remains. And that's absolutely coming down now. That's not going to make life any easier for anybody. Slippery ball already. It's going to be next to impossible. I mean, they're basically playing right with the bar of soap now, to be honest. The New Zealand fans celebrate. Speaking of celebrating, it's 25 minutes in, and I'm going to crack myself a small French beer. Haha, look what I've got. Yeah, 1664. Apparently it was a good year back in the day. It is a blonde beer. There's a lot of French on here, so I've got no idea what it means. Well, that's a great kick up against the touchline, by the way. And David Havili's actually lost that forward and gone to touch. That's worked out really well for Namibia. So I'm going to crack myself a French beer. I decided I had to go and find something for the Watchalong. So I've got no idea what this is going to taste like. I'm already missing... last night I had my last South African beer for almost a month, which was a bit heartbreaking. So, let's see what we got. That's it. It's 5.5%. So let's see. Cheers to all of you people. That's what the label looks like. So if anybody's had one of these, let me know what it's like. Or what you think of it anyway. I'll let you know what I think of it now. Yeah, that's not bad, eh? That's not bad. That's been knocked on. Not straight either. The course, there'll be a scrum for Namibia. That's not bad, actually. We're gonna try a different beer per stream and stuff like that. But that's not a bad start to proceedings. From a beer perspective, I'm not a massive wine drinker, so which is I'm probably wasted in water, to be honest. But we will endeavour to try and find some beers. I did see a lot of people having beers out there, so that's definitely an option. And it's the option I'm going to take. It's just pissing down. Scrum for New Zealand now. And their players are absolutely soft. Ball available there for Roy guys. Scrum guys go down. He goes to Danny McKenzie. McKenzie puts in the cross kick straight into towards Caleb Clark. He stepped away from one. Demon Rousseau's trying to bring him in. Demon Rousseau does bring him down. Good work there from the wing. Roy guys gets there quickly. Oh, and McKenzie wanted the kick. He sees the face inside. He does go to the boot. He was calling for it. And it's good work there to get back and dot down. But you see, I think David McKenzie wanted Roy God to put the kick in. He was shouting and yelling and pointing him behind and said, look at the space. Get us in behind there and we could try and score a try. But unfortunately, by the time it got to him and he put the kick in behind, it allowed a few of the Namibian players to scramble, getting there back well in time and managing to to draw it down for what will be a goal line drop up for Tian Swanepoel. Electing to do it from underneath the goalposts. Putting it high in the air. He's going to make the contestables, Tian Swanepoel, right up against the touchline as well. In fact, he's overcooked that. It's gone straight into the touchline. It's going to be a 5-meter line out. Yeah, Tian, I think the expeditor that he did shout out there is probably about right, because when you're losing 24 points to 3 after 29 minutes, the last thing you need to do is gift your opposition, who have already scored a more try, a 5-meter scrum. That's not what you want. Right by the poles as well. If this is not a try, I'll be very, very surprised. I'm gonna have some more of my beer blonde. Which is probably gonna put me straight to sleep, to be honest. Twisted says, would you prefer to face France and New Zealand in the quarterfinals? I get asked this every week, and I feel like my answer changes every week. At this stage, I'd probably prefer to play New Zealand, to be honest. At least I think we know them more, and I think we know how to beat them. I think we can neutralize France, but France a little bit of an unknown team at the moment for me. I'm not quite sure what to think of France. I didn't get to see a performance last night, and I heard that Uruguay put in quite a spirited performance, which is quite cool to see. Wasn't the strongest French team. Big scrum, and it's turnover ball, free kick for Namibia. I am going to be very surprised. As I said, I thought it was going to be a definite try. But a mistake they're coming from Opa Tuangafasi. And that's gifted Namibia a free clearance. Some of the New Zealand coaching staff not particularly impressed with that. And now Tian Swanepoel will kick for touch. And he will find it. But it is a free kick, so it'll be a New Zealand line-out. Samasoto Kawal getting up there nice and quickly. They definitely want to sort of up the rate of play here for the All Blacks. And why not, really? You've got them on the ropes. You've got to keep them playing, try to wear them down. The more tired they are, the more tackles they'll keep slipping, because they already are. So StevieP pops up to Cam Roygaard firing it out to Stefan Garuko, who finds himself inside of the field. Oh, well read there. Good tackle coming on Brody Metallic. Roygaard to Artie Severe. Working in the hard in the tackle there with Namibia. Now a bit of space. Rush defense coming up here, and they've completely missed out on Bowden Barrett. Eventually the tackles come. And I tell you what, Vian Conrad is getting around the park, making a lot of good tackles. The number 6 is putting in a big shift here. But New Zealand still with ball in hand. Dane McKenzie, not too many options. Tips over the top. Goes to Caleb Clark. He's thrown down to the ground from Devon Rousseau. And Prince Gasset's gone over that ball, but misses it. Roygaard goes down the blind side. Artie Severe, ball over the top, and it's been popped up, though, off the hands of Clive and Loebscher back towards New Zealand. So New Zealand have not lost it. It goes to Leo Lala now. He's lost it forward. And that'll be a scrum to Namibia. And I kind of expect this game to deteriorate from a quality perspective, given the fact that this ball is going to be so wet. It is absolutely coming down over there in Toulouse. And yeah, they're basically playing with the bar of soap. So in the end, I think actually a penalty for I think being offside there when the ball went down. So a free clearance now for Namibia. Tian Swanepoel's going to kick this up the field. Just try and score a try here. 24 points to 10 at halftime would be quite a nice little scoreline for Namibia. Put your name in history, be one of the few Namibians that have ever scored against the All Blacks. Those are kind of those sort of, I wouldn't say titles, those sort of records, those sort of moments are out there for the grabs. You can create yourself a moment here. You might not win the game, but give yourself a bit of, you earn yourself a bit of history. Put yourself in the up in lights for a little bit. So it's a line just outside of 22. It's a good kick from Tian Swanepoel. Now he needs his forwards to try and follow that up. Oh, a bit of a change in the lineup. It's gone straight through the hands of Hardwick, unfortunately. So turnover ball for New Zealand. David McKenzie spots a bit of space. Gets the offload away to David Avili as well. David Avili fires it out towards Bowden Barrett. Bowden Barrett's running at full tilt. Looking for options. Decides to chip it back inside. Oh my goodness. Is it a hat-trick? Oh, it's gone too far. And it's going to go thundering into the sideboards Beauden Barrett's the right option with chip over the top, but just too much on it for Cam Roygaard, who was thundering in. It's a nice idea. I tell you what, if you take it, if Harvey had hold on to that, I think he had a bit of space actually. They had basically the whole move was TJ Unavai was running all the way back, trying to get the backline line out. All of a sudden, Richard Harvey was running an inside line and didn't jump or anything. Just sort of tried to take the ball over. Yeah, went straight through his hands. If he managed to hold on to it, he actually could have had a bit of an inside line straight towards the try line. But yeah, with the slipperiness of the ball straight through his hand, that's a deep restart coming from Tian Swanepoel. Beauden Barrett fires back in for Dane McKenzie. Dane McKenzie's going to return the favour to Tian Swanepoel. He lifts us high in the air for someone to chase. I think it's Mouton who's after it. And he brings out low shows. Good tackle coming on Caleb Clark. Pick up and go from Samaso. Took a while. Offside advantage here for the All Blacks. As Graham goes to Papali'i. Beauden Barrett. Long ball from Dane McKenzie. Chip and chaser coming from Anthony Brown. And he's kicked it ahead again. Oh my goodness. Now this is going to stay in. It is going to stay in. This is going to be a try. Oh, he missed it, or has he put it down? Oh, he has managed to get it down. Almost looked like he missed it. Anton Leonard-Brown, well, that's easy as that, isn't it? I think two Namibian players have actually taken each other out there as they kind of try to track back. So, scenes over in Toulouse. It's another try for New Zealand. It is Anton Leonard-Brown back at outside centre who scores it. And look at this. On the bounce. Gets it. Kicks it. Kicks it again, and bang, the two Namibian players do take each other out, and the ball just pops up, and all he has to do is, just runs past and just dabs it down. It's the perfect way to kick, to be honest. It actually couldn't have been weighted any better. That second kick there, left boot, with the water, just stops up, and as he's arriving there, just slides over the line. All he has to do is just tap it down as he goes over. Very well played from Anton Brown. A bit comical from Namibia with the two players taking each other out. But New Zealand, again, still not really getting out of first gear and about to go 30-odd points up. Dane McKenzie to make this 31 points to 3, a 28-point game. And it looks pretty good. It is pretty good. So Dane McKenzie is adding a lot of points to his personal tally tonight. As New Zealand go 31 points to 3 up with 4 minutes to play left in the first half. And Namibia just don't even look like they really want to be there anymore. They've got to try to pick themselves up. You've got to try, as I said, there will be a moment. You will have a moment in the game where you can score a try, you can create something special, and they've got to really take that. Namibia. They can't just throw up the white flag. Or else what is already a very long night becomes an even longer night. And that's another mistake coming from Tian Swanepoel, who's really not helping his team as that ball goes too far. So it's a scrum back on the halfway line, as I said, I mean, this is World Cup is where your players like Tian Swanepoel, who've played Super Rugby, who have played URC, played Currie Cup, he's played at the highest level from a club perspective. You need players like that to stand up. You need players like him to grab the game by the scruff of the neck and say, right, I've been in these situations. I've played against some top tier nations. I mean, you might have even played against some of these teams before, some of these players before. And you need players like that to step up and to help your team and really take hold of the game, especially as a number 10. And unfortunately, he's made a couple of mistakes, which all it's done is put his team under more pressure, which is the last thing they need because they're not coping with the amount of pressure that's currently on them. So it's not a good time at the moment for Namibia. And unfortunately, Tian Swanepoel, just nothing really happening for him either. Big scrum, and they go down the right-hand side. Cam Roygaard goes bursting through the middle. He's looking for Dane McKenzie. Oh, that's filthy. Dane McKenzie goes in for number 2. For himself, Cam Roygaard has got 2 try assists and 2 tries to his name. The New Zealand fans celebrate. This is going to get ugly very quickly. 36 points to 3. Far too easy once again. Roygaard bursts through the middle. looking for the ball. Damien McKenzie actually went the different way to what Rory got once, and Rory got actually managed to get that ball around the back. See that Sol's Damien Stevens down the river, pops it back inside Damien McKenzie, who's wrapping around the outside. Nobody can touch him. He dives from a well outside because he's got the water and he can slide for as long as he wants. Great inside ball there from Rory Guard. 2 tries, 2 assists. David McKenzie's got, about 4 conversions, 2 tries to his name. It's kind of a bit of a stats game, isn't it? It always is when it comes to these these games. And it's funny how, like, these games are often defined like, leading try scoring stats, because the only thing is, often your best finishers, your usual suspects for like your leading try scorers, they don't tend to play these games, So, for example, Mark Talea, who, scored 2 last week, not playing this game. Damien Pennell, for example, somebody who was listed as potential top try scorer for the tournament, didn't play against Uruguay. Not that they scored buckets of tries. But so it's always interesting when you have these games and all of a sudden you've got a Cam Roy guy who's got 2 tries. You could get a hat trick tonight. You've got Damien McKenzie who's got 2 tries. And sometimes, you've got those players who don't necessarily play in the traditional A team, but play against these tier 2 nations, score a lot of tries, and all of a sudden put themselves in the mix for top scorer of the tournament. So 10 seconds left. So this will be the last piece of passage of play. And for Namibia, it's probably very much a good thing. As you can see, I need to get them into the office and have a talking to. Now the chance is being taken there. He's hammered into touch, and I believe that should be half-time. And it is half-time. People, thank you very much for joining me for the first half. We'll be back in about 10 minutes' time. Go and get yourself some beverages. Go and get yourself some snacks or whatever. We will reconvene in 10 minutes. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. And I'll see you guys in just a little bit. Right, and we are back for the second half. New Zealand 38, Namibia 3. Yeah, listen, it could be a long day at the office for Namibia. It has been a long day at the office for Namibia. We've seen a horrible leg rate to Leroy Milan. We've seen some absolute torrid defending. Some good passes to play from New Zealand, but they've really not had to play well to score tries. I think that's probably the frustration for Alistair Coetzee at halftime. He'll sit there saying, guys, they will score tries. And I don't mind them scoring tries. But at least make them work for it. You know, at least make your tackles. At least stick to your systems. Because at the moment, it's so easy. It's far too easy. And that's, I think, probably going to be the biggest frustration, is the fact, not so much that they're so far behind, but the ease in which they've scored tries. And that'll frustrate both, as you would say, and like some Matt Proudfoot and the Namibian coaching staff. So, yeah, we are just seconds away from getting back underway. Namibia were playing right to left this time. They were kickoff. And in that first half, 2 tries for Cam Roigard, 2 tries for Damian McKenzie, Samasoni Takawao getting involved. And it's basically just, it's Christmas out there and everybody's just handing out tries. Tiago Sonapol has not been particularly good so far. He's put his team under a bit of pressure unnecessarily at times. So he'll be wanting to try and showing that up a little bit. And they are back on the way. And as they go down that right-hand side, do Namibia. And look to got that timing right. It's a good tackle there on Estefan Giduko. It was very solid in that first half. Roigard fires it out towards Beauden Barrett. Beauden Barrett looking to find touch. They won't find touch. Goes down the third chance. Pool goes inside to Loubser. What does he want to do? A couple of options where he wants to run. And he's found a bit of space as Loubser. Getting to the 10-meter line. Nice little run from the fullback there. Quick ball needed shot from Namibia. It won't be. Penalty advantage though. So that'll be an option for them to try and score some points if they want to. By himself, there was chance to pull no advantage. They'll go back for the penalty. Very nice carry there for Loubser as he burst through the gap. Bang! Look at that step there. Completely selling old Tunga Faster. Getting in between the two props. Didn't give them a chance, really. Good tackle in the end from Cam Roigard. Right, so an opportunity here. Early opportunity here for Torsten van Jaarsveld to try and get a nice attacking more set. And so line up ball now. So a bit of opportunity here. They're about 20 meters out. So there's plenty of work still to do as New Zealand do start to push back. And Damian Stevens going to have to use this guy quite quickly. And they go to the captain, Jan Daisel. And Papali'i trying to rip the ball, but it is available for Namibia inside the 22. And it goes to Kaseb, who's worked very hard. Stevens popping it up to, I think, Torsten van Jaarsveld. Couple of phases here for Namibia. Slightly isolated there, but a couple of players do come and join him. Much better this from Namibia. On the back goes Hardwick. Another penalty at the breakdown here for New Zealand. Penalty decision time here for Namibia. I mean, they can take points. What's the point? Yeah, it's a bit better. A couple of phases there. Protecting the ball well as well. Forcing another breakdown penalty. It's a bit better from Namibia. Yeah, going for touch here from Steven Swanepoel, and that's a dreadful kick. I mean, how is he not putting them on the 5 meter there? Yeah. It's hard to it sounds very harsh to be overly critical, but I mean you've got a penalty about 50 meters away, and he's got to touch basically like just directly where they were. So you've missed out on trying to get extra 10 meters, which for Namibia is pretty important, by the way. But a big opportunity here for Namibia, about 20 meters out. Vinyasa goes front. Tian Swanepoel. What is Tian Swanepoel doing in a lineup? And it's gone forward. I mean, guys, as to what's going on here. Tian Swanepoel was just in the lineup at the front, and they went to him as a ball carrier. Please explain to me what's going on. What have I missed? When did they ever think that was going to be a good idea? What do you mean not a bad idea? Joel Stransky, come on. I don't mind going short, but what are you doing putting your fly half at basically first receiver at the line out? Imagine we did that with Mike Liebach. I mean, come on. You guys don't deserve nice things if you're going to do stupid things like that. Very, very weird. Very, very weird. Anyway. Right, Reed says, hi, my husband is an Aussie, so I want Namibia to win. Fair enough. And Infinite saying, how many of the guys from Namibia play in local SA clubs? Stephen Van Veek saying, 7 Namibia guys are uni club players. They play for Tux. Quite a few players that are in and around. A lot of them play in South Africa. A couple of players playing in America as well. Penalty at the scrum time there. It is on the side of Lualala. So, yeah, tough day at the office for Namibia scrum so far as they get penalised for collapsing once again. Scrums have been very one-sided so far this evening. Maybe they've had one or two ones where they haven't been completely decimated, but generally they've been pretty much one-way traffic, unfortunately. Right, Samasoi Takawao goes to Brody Retallick. Pretty good more defense so far, from Namibia. Once is the call. Nothing happens to Takawao, goes to Cam Roygard. Roygard fires it out towards McKenzie, skips it out to now it's Barrett. And he goes out towards Caleb Clark. He comes back inside. And they managed to gain at least about 30-yard meters. Now McKenzie at first receiver. Going to Jacobson. Then Brown to Avili. And that's forward and dreadful from Tunga Farsi. You know, we've sometimes seen some amazing offloads and props. We've had iconic moments where props have made that long pass out wide. Unfortunately, that will go into the section of highlights labeled under things props should not do. And yeah, that is definitely one of them. That was a dreadful pass from Ofa Tunga Farsi. With good hands, Caleb Clark coming back inside there from the Bowden Barrett. And then as they're going wide, and this pass goes to Harris try time, by the way. Right, towards the asphalt. And they've lost the ball forward. Namibia gone back to New Zealand, gone back to Artie Severe. Artie Severe gets away from one, gets away from two, is eventually brought down. And the bounce is good. Caleb Clark on the cross kick, tries to get back up. And Jan Daces bundles him out. Very, very good defense there from the Namibia captain. He's not going to go out without a fight. He's a very proud player, very proud to captain his side. And still putting his body on the line. Nice idea there from Havili. And this is the thing with Havili, and this is why I think he'll stay at inside centre, is that a bit like Geordie Barrett, he's got a kicking game. Not quite the sort of the big boot and the place kicking game that Geordie Barrett has got. But he's got a good kicking game. He's very good with boots in hand, with ball to boot, and it just creates a bit of dodge. You know, it adds a bit of dynamism to the player and a different dimension as well. So I think that if Geordie Barrett's not going to play, I think you got to be going David Havili at inside centre. I've always looked at the team sheet when I've seen David Havili at inside centre on the team sheet. I just by default, you know, am a bit more worried. Than I would have been, because he can be that good. He can be that sort of game changer. He's got a boot which makes you question what might happen. He makes good decisions. So yeah, and they go once again. They go short to Namibia, and it was a dreadful throw, but it's been really well picked up there. And back to Tian Swanepoel, who hammers it out to touch, and it's gone out by about the 22. So not phenomenal from Tian Swanepoel, but they have given themselves a little bit of room. And here come two new props in Ethan de Groot and Fletcher Newell. You would think that this could just be picking up where they left off, really. In terms of the scrums, because I mean Ethan de Groot's an absolute world-class scrummager, so he's not going to give any quarter. And big roll here off the back of the line out, looking for another more try here. It's gone down, and the options down the right-hand side. Oh, Severe goes to Ethan de Groot. Ethan de Groot. I mean, it's barbaric, isn't it? He's over. He's scored. They're desperately trying to hold on to him and try and to return that he hasn't. But he very much has. And Ethan de Groot's first touch of the ball is a try. As he's taken half Namibia with him over it. Found himself up against that touchline. First try of the tournament for the Big Lucid. First try of the half for New Zealand. It's a great take from Brody Metallic as we look at the replay here. And there's just so much space. And yeah, unfortunately, Van der Sar versus Ethan de Groot. Only one person was going to win it. And it was never going to be Van der Sar. So it's a good try from Ethan de Groot. A bit of a laugh coming, a bit of a pretty big laugh coming there from Ian Foster. He enjoyed that one. Then McKenzie once again lining up another conversion. Plenty of kicking practice so far this evening for Darren McKenzie. And that one's right up against the touchline, and it's never been really given much of a chance. It's passes down the right-hand side. Ethan de Groot very chuffed, though, with his try and his contribution. A couple of subs here for Namibia. Looks like Louis van der Westhuizen's on. Looks like a change of prop, change of lock. Right, restart down the right-hand side there. Pretty good restart. Looking to options here. Okay, Morigard goes to the boot. Uses the left boot. Looking for touch. Won't find it. And that's been knocked backwards by Losha. And it's those kind of areas which you are... Again, you don't want to be harsh. You don't want to have a go at people. But Losha, that is basic. At schoolboy, unfortunately. Because all he's done there is close his hands too early, worried about the tackle, knocked it backwards, given away a line out. Now all of a sudden, Damien McKenzie's going out to Caleb Clark. Caleb Clark's got space ahead of him, goes to the boot, and it's the replacement, Kraling, but they've been a huge counteract. Penalty does save Namibia. This is getting very, very, very worrying for the Namibians who are just hanging on, really. It's about pride now. It's a 40-point margin with half an hour to go. Damien Stevens are taking over kicking duty. I don't know if that means that Tian Swanson has been replaced. I will check. So in terms of the subs, by the way, that happened earlier. PJ van Lille comes on, the experienced campaigner, as well as Des Titi and Louis van der Westhuizen. And they replaced Vian Conradi, Torsten van Jaarsveld, and Jason Bernarda. Jan Retief, then I'd imagine, switching over to the flank where he did start last week. Dane Cole's onto the park. Speaking of veterans of the game. And this will be a first line of throw here for Louis van der Westhuizen. Plays with rugby for the Cheetahs locally. You go to the front of the line. That's a good take. Use it quickly. Inside ball. Nice idea. Divan Rousseau's tackled well. Ball comes loose. Pops it up. And it's been popped and lost forward there from Namibia. Frantic. A little bit panicked. To be honest. Nice idea, the inside ball. But, I mean, I think the problem was the lack of communication between Hardwick and Prince Kasip. I think Hardwick wanted to get the offload away, and Prince Kasip was very happy to run with him on the shoulder and basically just add a bit of support. So, yeah, another knock on, another scrum. Seems to have stopped raining at the very least. So the ball not as wet as it was in the first half when the players were absolutely saturated. Big scrum there for New Zealand, trying to get some go-forward ball. There's the penalty advantage. And there goes Artie Severe. Artie Severe, he's still going as Artie Severe. 20-meter run from him. Cameron got looking for a quick ball, fires it out towards Havili. Burton Barrett's out there. Burton Barrett getting away from one. This is going to be try time. He goes to Fanganuku. Fanganuku comes back inside. Eventually brought down 5 meters out. Now back to Burton Barrett. Goes short to Luke Jacobson. Now it's down to Papali'i. Under the poles he goes. And as tries gone, that's been a lot better. You know, Namibia, it's a couple of breaks, a couple of tackle breaks in there, and there's far too much space out wide. But at least that's a well-constructed try. That's not just, you know, a Namibian player being unable to tackle or not even attempting. You know, that at least is pretty well worked. There's a lot of space here. It's a good scrum. Artie Severe comes off the back of it. He makes some good meters. Then they spread it nice and quickly here. So good hands, and Burton Barrett gets on the outside of, I think it's Daisel. Sits at that 2-1. Gets away to Caleb Clark. Comes back inside. It's a good tackle in the end. And then it's a good angle being around by Dalton Papali, who just shifts past one tackle. Goes over under the poles. David McKenzie will add another 2 points to his tally. And this will be 50 up for New Zealand in what will be their 50th World Cup win. If they do win this, which they are pretty on track to do. 50 World Cup wins, the first nation to ever do that in World Cup history. Oh dear. Oh dear. It's actually quite a good tackle. It's a nice tackle. I don't know. I should celebrate that. Prince Coste's got through a lot of work, by the way, then maybe number 7. And now New Zealand are starting to take the piss. It's a pretty good hit there coming from Tijie Unavi on David McKenzie as the New Zealand are trying to run from the N22. And this is what happens when you get to 50 points. Kicking becomes very overrated as Burton Barrett eventually decides, no, chaps, we actually still need to play a bit of rugby. And does kick for touch. He almost has to apologize to his teammates, but that's a nice tackle. Very, very nice hit there from Prince Coste. But actually very impressed with that loose. And then it's a nice big hit there coming from Unavi. Where's that physicality been? Where's that kind of passion and that drive been for Namibia? A couple of big hits, you know, that's what you kind of need. Come on, lads. Let's just not lie. Let's not die wondering here. This is not bad, actually. This is not bad at all. Right, and Lupin of Estesen off the back of the line out. And now the veteran, Van Lille. PJ Van Lille. The sprightly, it's a penalty from Namibia. The sprightly Argentinian loose forward at 39 years old, by the way. Made his debut back in 2006. I think I was 10 years old at the time. So he's been playing rugby for 17 years. I mean, what an absolute legend. Well over 50 caps, which is impressive playing for a side that doesn't play a lot of rugby. He would have been a 100 cap veteran had he played for anybody, any other nation, to be honest. Speaking of veterans and world-class players, there goes Barry Vitalik, who's back from injury, looking pretty good. Obviously, it's Namibia, so it's difficult to see exactly sort of the form he's in, but looks pretty fit, which is the main thing. Looks pretty fit and strong. And they'll be very chuffed with the fact that he's got through 57 minutes. Dan Cole, good line to Scott Barrett, who is playing some brilliant rugby at the moment. Going to the comments, Benty B says New Zealand should get a big hit for winning this game. It's ain't a challenge at all. I don't think they're going to take it too seriously, to be fair to them. Italy will be their next big challenge. New Zealand penalty advantage here. Oh my goodness, they're only more still going. The ball pops up now to Cam Roigard. Roigard's going himself, gets away from one, pops it in. David Avili. Over he goes. I mean, why don't we just sort of mutually get together, decide on what a fair score would be, allocate some charge to some people, and call the game. Because this is going to get out of hand very, very quickly. David Avili, who's been good tonight, very good tonight. As I said, in fact, I keep saying, and I'll say it again, if Jordy Barrett's injured, I will be very much going to David Avili. I think that he is the player that can make a big difference at inside centre. I think he can make them particularly offer something a bit different. And I think that'd be pretty silly to look anywhere else besides David Avili at inside centre if Jordy Barrett's not playing. If Jordy Barrett's fit, you go back to Jordy Barrett. Of course you do. He's been one of the best inside centres in the world this year. But if he's not fit, then I'm definitely going David Avili every single time. Right, so some interesting games tomorrow. We will have Samoa versus Chile. I'll be at that game actually. Saw some Chilean fans earlier today getting on the drink, which I think we were there at about 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock actually. So getting in nice and early. Heard a lot of Vamos Chile. It was cool to see. Oh my goodness, now the All Blacks are running from the N22. Caleb Clark receives and hammers it up front. And I think it's Tian Swanepoel. No, it's Losho who's been turned, and he's going to have to try and find a decent touch finder under a lot of pressure. And New Zealand, from receiving kickoff, will have an attacking line on the 10-meter line. But yeah, so we saw some very enthusiastic Chile supporters. Also had a really, really cool experience, by the way, which is going to go on to Forever Rugby. In fact, it could actually be ready to go right now. Is that we actually went past one of the main squares in Bordeaux. They had a whole choir. They had a couple of acrobats on basically hula hoops dangling from a building. And they were singing some some songs. They were singing songs from Losna from South Africa. They're singing songs from Samoa, Chile, Romania. It was pretty cool. So that video will be on Forever Rugby a bit later. So go and keep your eyes up for that. And Havili, it's a good tackle coming on him. And there goes Bowden Barrett, by the way. Richie Moanga onto the park there. McKenzie will then, of course, shift to full back. And I personally think that all you should be doing right now is you should be swapping the Moanga-McKenzie jersey. Put Moanga at 10, McKenzie at 22. For the penalty for offside for Namibia. It's a big hit. Shoulder to shoulder. Dan Daisel, this is the Namibia captain, says, thank you very much. Or down you go. And you need a bit more than that. Need a bit more of that, to be honest. So tomorrow we have got Samoa versus Chile, as I mentioned. Cal will be with you for the watch along. I'll be at the stadium, so I'll hopefully be sending through a couple of cool videos from there. We're going to be doing a match vlog, a bit of behind the scenes of what it's like to go to a World Cup game as a photographer. That's what I'm doing tomorrow. Got my bib and everything. And then we have got a pretty cool game in Wales versus Portugal. So Portugal make their return to World Cup Rugby. Wes will be taking you through that one. And then when I am back from my stadium, I'll be taking you guys through Ireland versus Tonga, which should be a lot of fun. So come and join me tomorrow night and join the other guys throughout the day for some very cool rugby. And then Saturday, we've got some very cool games. South Africa versus Romania is obviously the big one that we'll be worrying about as South African fans. There's also Australia versus Fiji, as well as England versus Japan. So a pretty stacked game on Sunday. Now, this is Namibia on the front foot with a penalty advantage. Can they get themselves a try? Big carry, but a big hit there on Louis van der Vestes. And Damien Stevens still penalty advantage. Chance Swanepoel fires it out towards Crading. Crading steps on the inside. I think gets the pass away. Giovanni was so under a bit of pressure. I think the ball moved forward. So they go back for the penalty advantage. Looking for taking it quickly. Might as well, really. Not going to lose everything to gain here. And decision time, yeah. I think Stevens is going to kick for touch. They're going to go to the line here. Oh, of course, they're going to go to the line. I mean, why would? I mean, again, they go to the line. It's 57 points to 3. They've got no other choice here, people. 57 points to 6. Doesn't exactly make it much better, does it? 56 to 10 doesn't make it much better. 57 to 10. Anyway, Louis van der Westhuizen. Who wants a try against the All Blacks? That's what I said. Write your name into history. Tell your grandchildren that you scored a try against the All Blacks as RD Xavier goes off the park. That's a good take there from Urabidi. Right, what can Argentina, what can Namibia conjure up here? Big effort at the maul, but not really going anywhere. A couple of other players are kind of come in and add their weight. And they're still not going anywhere. Once as the corner, Stevens needs to get this ball out. I don't think this ball's going to come out. This is going to be a turnover ball here. No, they've actually fractured. Oh, he's just tried. Lost it forward. Oh, no. Oh, goodness. Oh, dear me. Oh, here we go. There's space. There's space. They go to the boot. If this stays inside, this could be trouble. As Danny McKenzie's tearing after this as the ball does run out. Oh, they were so close. And look at the look of distraught on Daisel as he broke and just couldn't hang on to it. The Namibian captain, if anybody deserved a try, he probably did. But just couldn't hold on to it. And another chance goes begging for Namibia. Right, so 60 minutes left, and look, maybe you haven't conceded as many points this half and the last half, if that's any sort of consolation. Not sure it really is, to be honest, but small wins, small wins. It's about staying positive, yeah. The sad thing is that they would have been targeting that Uruguay game, and based on what I heard about Uruguay last night, what I've seen from Namibia today, I think there's going to be quite a big gap in that quality as well, to be honest. I haven't seen much from Namibia to really make me believe as that ball goes over the top of the line out and gets missed and eventually goes back. Not for anything, which is, I suppose, the main thing. So small victories. I've seen very little from Namibia, which makes me believe that they could potentially upset Uruguay and earn their first ever World Cup victory. We'll wait and see. That'll happen in 2 weeks' time as Mwanga marks that kick over the top. Good work there from the All Black fly half. Now they're running it from deep here. Almost interception. They lost it forward there. Good read there coming from Mouton. And penalty for offside is the call. They do take it quickly here. And it's Krayling who just decided, and he's slightly isolated. That's going to be turned over. Oh my goodness, that sums it up, doesn't it? He takes it quickly, and at the first tackle, the ball is turned over. It's good work. It must be said, it's good work by Tupo Vai, who's recently replaced Artie Severe. But you don't tap and go when you're isolated, chaps. Rugby 101. Rugby 101. There just hasn't been a lot of rugby IQ, if that's being a bit harsh, on display today. I like the intensity. I like the idea of trying to speed up the game, trying something a bit different. But to go take it quickly when you're completely isolated, you've only got Loefscher next to you. You've got Tupo Vai, who's an absolute behemoth of a man, and he gets over that ball. You've got no chance. He had no chance. There was no chance. Lost the ball, and we go again. There goes Cameron Wade. What a game from him, by the way. Such a talent. And Aaron Smith comes into the park. His last few games as an All Black the next 2 months. He will be retiring, moving overseas and leaving the All Black setup. Retiring internationally, of course, not domestically. Good short ball there. New Zealand going roaring downfield. Really options there. And oh my word, that's far too easy. Caleb Clark. Caleb Clark is over. The giant wing has run hard this evening. He hasn't had a lot of clean grass ahead of him. Richie Mwanga comes and pulls the strings. I mean, there was so much space for Caleb Clark. All Mwanga was trying to actually do was free his hands to fire that long pass out wide. When he couldn't, he then spotted the fact that there were 4 acres of stadium, as well as half a continent in behind the Namibian side, and decides to chip ahead, and there's all the time in the world for that ball to slow up, and it bounces perfectly into the hands of Caleb Clark, and there's no one that's stopping him from that sort of range. No one that did, no one that could, and Caleb Clark is the latest All Black player to get in on the action as we approach the final 10 minutes of what has been a bit of a bloodbath if we're being brutally honest. It's good work for Richie Mo'unga, but yeah, there's just so much space in behind. All right, Damian McKenzie. I mean, he's loving life here. He's looking to try and add an extra 2, make the 64 points to 3. He's definitely put himself on his fantasy team, by the way. Absolutely no doubt about it. And that's a great kick from Damian McKenzie. It really is. Good restart there. Good take from Sam Whitelock. And I think it's Fletcher Newell looking to bash it up outside 22. He does so quite well. Ball over the top there for Caleb Clark to chase. Swanepoel takes it well, but he's completely isolated. Rico Wani goes straight over. Aaron Smith turns it over. Fletcher Newell goes to Dan McKenzie. Dan McKenzie pops it over the top on his left boot. As Loach is going to track back. He's got plenty of time. That's actually going to run too far. And that's actually going to go back for a scrum where Dan McKenzie kicked it. Not his best moment of the game, Dan McKenzie's had an absolute blinder. But just overcooked that in his over-eagerness almost. Right, so 10 minutes, just over 10 minutes to go. 64 points to 3 is the scoreline at the moment. Namibia have had a few opportunities actually to score tries. I think a little bit more patience and a bit more rugby IQ, and they might have. I just think the problem is, when you get desperate, you start forcing the issue, and I think that's happened a couple of times where they've had opportunities, they've been in good positions, but in their over eagerness to try and force something to happen, they've almost guaranteed that something wouldn't. Go down the left-hand side to Swanepoel. Show and go from him. It's not bad, actually. Now Stevens goes to Van Lille, 39-year-old. Pops it inside to Luke van der Verstegen. To provide, and the ball comes out, and Stevens put under a bit of pressure. Forced to Locher, the hot stepper. Sees a bit of space, and he almost gets through. Stevens fires with the left-hand side. Swanepoel decides to chip in behind, and McKenzie has been turned as Devon Rousseau does give chase. And McKenzie will just gather and drop down for the goal line drop. Not the worst option there from Tian Swanepoel, actually. And the restart there goes to Tian Swanepoel, looking at his options. Decides to go down the left-hand side to... it's the big man. Big solid carry as a pretty solid hit actually as well on Adrian Boyson. So just still 2 players you haven't been used from Namibia and a penalty against Namibia. And I think it's proceeding off. Was it Ethan de Groot's got his hands over that ball and won it at the breakdown? It was a big hit that Ethan de Groot loved. Oh, here we go. Ethan de Groot, you're in trouble here. We need to have a look at this. This could be shoulder on head contact here from Ethan de Groot. They're going to have a look at this. The TMO is being called into this, and this is where these games can become interesting. A nothing game, really. Ethan de Groot, though, looks like it might be shoulder onto head contact. If it is, red card territory. And all of a sudden, the All Blacks might have lost one of their most important players, if you ask me. I think he's going to be all right from a red card perspective. We're going to have to look at this over here. I think it's going to be a yellow card going to the bunker. Looking at the wrong tackle. Yeah, here it is. I think he just misses his head. Yeah, it is going to be a yellow card. I think he'll be okay. I think there's enough mitigation to avoid the red card. He's going to go to the bin here, is Ethan de Groot, and they are going to have a check. So a nervous wait now for Ethan de Groot. He's upright in the tackle, so that from that perspective, there won't be a lot of mitigation there. Because they'll sit there and say, well, you are upright in the tackle, so, you know, you're not giving yourself the best chance of avoiding the head contact. So it is a penalty reversed for Namibia. It's a great kick from Damian Stevens on the 5-meter line. Now, surely Namibia with a man up can score a try. Surely. Surely, surely, surely. As we from the best stage and approaches the touchline. Is this the moment that Namibia finally gets something out of tonight? Takes to try to get in behind. Rico Wani ball over the top towards Damian McKenzie. McKenzie scrambling around, scrambles back. He's got a bit of space here. He's looking for options. Oh, he still goes, McKenzie. Then he pops it up. He's popped it back into the hands, though, of Udvini. Oh, it's the big boy. Turnover ball here for Namibia. Not too many options, so Kraling goes himself. Namibia with the man up, desperate to try and find a try before the end of the game. As things sort of open up a little bit. Stevens, not too many options. Oh, yeah, we go ball at the top. Yes, want to pull. It's just too slow, but Mwanga loses it. And Dane Coles had to place it. And I think it's a knock-on from the All Blacks. So I think there should be a Namibia scrum on the 5-meter. Yeah, will be a scrum. No tries, the call, no try, but there will be a Namibia scrum on the 5-meter line. So opportunity here for them. Big chance, yeah. They're going to have to make a sub here on New Zealand. They're going to have to put on Tunga Farsi back on. Because they'll need a scrummager. Just a bit of vacant play as they wait Tunga Farsi. We'll have to return to the field with Ethan de Groot down in the sin bin. So the two provides being sacrificed. They're trying to work it out. Yeah, Jacobson will leave the field. He gets sacrificed, so that's the end of his game. Now, last opportunity. It was 6 minutes to go. A big opportunity here for Namibia to try and score a try. We have a reset here. It looks very, very messy. Tichenul non-press. Goes straight to the back. Pops it up to Stevens. Oh my goodness, he's lost it forward. It doesn't get much worse. And now all of a sudden, Damian McKenzie's breaking. Damian McKenzie's still going. Goes to the boot. Nobody at home. Who's chasing? I think it's Dane Coles, by the way. Is that Sam Whitelock? Who's going after this? It must be Dane Coles. It is Sam Whitelock. I thought it might look like Sam Whitelock. He's decided to chase. I mean, how's that for work rate, by the way? Now, can Namibia go coast to coast? Inside goes Devon So. He's brought down McCabe Clark. He's falling right in front of Dane Coles. Ball is available for Daniel Stevens, who dropped that ball. Yeah, again, just no excuse whatsoever to be dropping that. Really, really poor from him. And they're going to have to build from really deep here on Namibia. As he goes to the boot, there's David Stevens. Good take there from David McKenzie. Good tackle on him, though. Leaf and Vestation's there to try and get his hands on the ball. Gets told to leave it, though. Ball's available for Aaron Smith. Goes down the right-hand side. Dan calls it first receiver. Steps inside. Goes Dalton Papali'i. Try score from earlier. Aaron Smith fires it out towards Tupo Vai. Puts his head down. Mwanga. Not too many options for Scott Barry. Goes himself and presents it to Aaron Smith. Aaron Smith fires it out to Tuam Gafasi. Aaron Smith fires out to Daniel McKenzie. Good hands eventually falls to Dan Cole. Fitch and Newell. Big tight head. McKenzie at first receiver. Scott Barrett popping up to Mwanga, who's lost the ball. We've gone backwards as the call. And a bit of pressure here. And surely that's lost forward. No, ball available for Aaron Smith. He pops it to Sam Whitelock. Fitch and Newell once again. As the game really starts to deteriorate. Now Mwanga to McKenzie. Long pass side wide toward Lester Pangaluka. We haven't seen a lot of him so far this half. Trying to get on the outside. Inside ball goes to Rico Awani. Rico Awani. And he's gotten away from Tian Swanepoel. He's going to go all the way as Rico Awani. Deep in his throat trying to get across there. A bit inevitable. Tian Swanepoel's not had a good day. And it's gotten even worse. Rico Awani comes back onto the park. He gets onto the score sheet. And Damian McKenzie will have an opportunity to take them past the 70-point mark. As what has been a long day at the office gets longer and longer and longer. Yeah, Rico Awani. I still think he's been absolute. I mean, he's a good centre. He's a fantastic centre. But I think if he played on the wing more often, he'd be one of, if not the best wing in the world, to be honest. I still maintain that. That's a horrible kick from Damian McKenzie. He's completely rushed that and hooked it, really. Right, decision time here, by the way, on Ethan de Groot. What's the decision going to be here? Sam Whitelock, who's taking over the captaincy. Oh dear. Right, so Ethan de Groot upgraded to a red card, by the way. That's Trouble City. Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of mitigation there. He's upright, shoulder to head contact. He's in with a red card. Ethan de Groot. Well, that's going to be big. So that's a 4-match ban. That takes him into the playoff territory. Cards have already been the talk of the town in this tournament, and that's another one as Ethan de Groot gets his yellow card upgraded to a red. TMO Bunker coming in there. Now, good wrap around this for Havili. Gets it away to Caleb Clark. Caleb Clark comes more on the inside. Gets it away to Dane McKenzie. Good tackle on him. And brilliantly worked on the ground from Louis van der Vestes, and a bit of a celebration from him. And our final opportunity, just over a minute left for Namibia. Can they get something out of the game? Ball at the top for Namibia. Who wants it? And everybody missed it, and it's eventually been dived upon in the midfield. Down the left-hand side. Lee van der Westhuizen almost getting away from one. Presents it well. Ooh, numbers. Surely! Do you want to throw back on the inside? Oh, you should have entered. Surely, could have been a try. Still going on Namibia. And it's been pilfered on the ground absolutely brilliantly by Dan Cole. And this will be, then it's knocked backwards is the call. And eventually Avidi will hammer that into touch. And that kind of sums up Namibia's night, doesn't it? The first decent run and the first thing that Dan Cole does, it gets over it, steals it, turns it over, the hammer into touch, and that is it. People, thank you very much for joining me. 71 points to 3 is how the thrashing does end. A long night in the office for Namibia. A decent night for New Zealand, but they won't take too much out of that because, yeah, at the end of the day, it was pretty torrid from a very sloppy Namibia. It must be said, even for Namibia standards or Tier 2 nation standards, it wasn't great. So New Zealand do bounce back. 71 points to 3 is the final score. Thank you very much for joining me. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning. The first game will go live at about 12:30. That'll be Carl with Samoa versus Chile. Wes will be with you for Wales versus Portugal, and I will then be joining you guys for the Ireland versus Tonga game in the evening. Please just smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well.